Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Hello and welcome to the third annual S.O.R fan party live from the Silver Legacy Casino Resort in Reno, Nevada. My name is Dave Scott. Here's Sweet Robbie G. We have Jessica Jones here as well, and we welcome you to this afternoon special extravaganza. So tonight is like a different type of show. We have a bunch of our special guests here who are hanging out with us and our listeners here at the casino. I know there's a bunch of people who haven't arrived yet, but that's okay. We're going to get to them, and we're glad each and every one of you in our chat room is here with us tonight. Now, normally we do a roll call, but we'll just put Race Man in the gold medal position because he's always there. Almost always. Almost always. So we're going to get right into it here because this is all about you. And if you are attending this event at home, we're so missing you here in Reno, Nevada. And Robbie, it's a good time so far. We got in yesterday, and we've been hanging on out, and Rob's hair is real.
It is real.
It is very real. So, and very red. Very red. Hi, Jessica Jones.
Hey, Dave Scott. Hey, MisterRobGee.
Hey, Jessica Jones. How you doing?
Man,
Nice to meet you.
It's so nice to meet you.
Yeah. We're going to put on a great show for you guys today, so I really hope you got your popcorn, you're kicking back, and you're ready to go. I wish you could see everybody that was here. I wish we could turn it around, but you have a whole lot of your chat members, friends, family members. If you guys wouldn't mind making a little noise for everybody here, if you wouldn't mind. They're here. They're here.
Absolutely. So we're going to do this a little bit nonchalantly. So we have a bunch of special guests here. Looking at the room, Courtney Marcassani is here from UFO Court. Science Bob and Lala are here. R. Keith Andrews is here. Merle. Merle is here. Merle is up in the chat room, everybody. Yes, who else is here? We have Les. We have Lee Strauss, Jackie Harmon, Carter Bouchard, Brad Hunt wearing his Corey Hart sunglasses. How you doing, Brad? In recovery, yeah. Brad, Jessica, and I, we went till like 4 in the morning last night. Yes, we went till 4 in the morning. Why not? That's what we do here. That's what it's all about. But for everybody who has never been here before, we really encourage you guys to come next year. If you haven't been to one of our events, or if you have but you couldn't make it, we're sorry that you're not here. But next year, wherever we plan it, it's going to be just as great. We want all of you here because we really do this event for our listeners. You know, there's so many conferences out there, and they are really charging an arm and a leg. You go see certain people that you want to see there, and you want to meet with them, but you know, circumstances, they disappear or whatever. This fan party is about you, the S.O.R listeners, that you get to come on in here and you get to hang out with these great people who you've seen on this show, and you get to talk with them. You get to hang out with them. If you want to have a beer or breakfast or dinner or do whatever, you just go do it, because that is the purpose. We don't want this to be a conference. We want this to be a fan party, which is why we're. And Rob, this is your first time at an event, and you got to meet a ton of people that you've only seen on the show before.
This is true. This is totally awesome. I was able to meet, and someone asked in the chat, if Science Bob is here. He's literally right there. And yeah, R.K. Andrews, and just scan around the room. I don't know all names, so forgive me. Melinda Leslie. Melinda Leslie, way back here in the back. She's in the back. Yeah. Red Taby Snack. Yeah, my guy.
Lip blade is here.
Who, and he bought me one of these. I won't tell you what's in it. You leave it to your imagination, but yeah.
Yeah, so we're really glad to be here. We're really glad to have we're really glad to be here. We're really glad to have each and every one of you. And for our special guest tonight, it's because of you guys and the fact that you guys enjoy our show and respect our show so much to actually come and hang out with our Space Out Radio fans. Let's give a round of applause for our special guests who come here and travel all around to be with you guys. That's right. Honey. So let's get right into the interviews. Who should we bring up first?
You want to flip a coin? I don't know. Anyway.
Who wants to go first? Not Lee Strauss. He needs to get warmed up first. He's got to go. Lee literally had to do 300 push-ups before coming in.
Yeah,
because he had to bulk up and get the veins showing.
Yeah. He's over there looking real fit, man. I'll see him over there, man, for sure.
He's one of those guys who actually wears an extra large, but fits into a medium just so his biceps look bigger.
Man,
he's that guy.
Man.
Jessica, who would you like to interview first?
Oh man, I'm cool to interview anybody. I mean, if I got any volunteers that want to come up, Grant, you want to be interviewed?
Grant, take me for the stage.
Is Grant coming up?
Let's go.
What's up, Grant? All right, we got these cameras on both of us. Is it? Let's see. No, it's absolutely not.
It is.
This way.
I will get as close to you as you want.
Thank you. Okay, wait. I need to move this. You're right.
Hey, Grant, you want this mic, Grant?
Okay, here we go. Well, this camera.
Working in progress.
Should have set this up earlier. Okay.
Hi, y'all.
All right. So, well, Grant, what are we going to talk about today?
Aliens, UFOs, cryptology.
I know. I don't think we've ever met before until today.
Yeah, about 45 minutes ago, we met in the lounge of the Silver Legacy here in Reno, Nevada. If anybody missed the show, we wish you were here, and trust me, it's a great time. And so, anyways, we ended up just walking past each other, which was great, and we recognized each other. And big hug around. Oh my gosh, it's finally good to meet you, even though we've known each other for quite a long time. So.
Okay, so for people who aren't familiar with how Grant and I know each other, is because Grant used to do the after hour show. This is to my crowd. Just watching right now, all my crypto folks. Grant was on after hours, right after my show at spacedoutradio.
Yep.
So yeah. Well, what have you been up to? You've been doing some UFO looking, gazing.
I do that every night, actually.
Have you been abducted yet?
Well, I mean, I'm abducted every night,
Okay.
but no, I've just been busy. Life is hectic, I guess is the word for it. But other than that, working 7 days a week, I still look at the stars every night when I have my water.
Okay. Well, that's wonderful. Okay, let's talk about Bigfoot, because you live up in the Pacific Northwest.
I do.
And I had to assume you've probably come across one.
I did. 11 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Oh, that was amazing. And so I'm in a place called Buckeye School District in Redding, California, Shasta County, for anybody who wants to go down there and check it out. I can pinpoint exactly where I used to live, right behind the house by a few hundred yards, meters, whatever. It's like a gully or a gulch or a canyon, but not quite a canyon. But when you're 11 years old, it is the biggest thing is a Grand Canyon. And I was playing in the red dirt with some. No, where are you going?
I'm just trying to get a better angle.
Gotcha. Here,
I get a better angle. The camera's all weird.
here, you just speak that way.
Let me
All
see
right,
this
here we
way.
go.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay, is that better?
So
Okay.
anyway, I was living in French Gulch. Buckeye School District, and I'm 11 years old. Mom is scared to death of Bigfoot. And I found out, I don't know, a few years ago, when I first actually heard of Spaced Out Radio, that there's more than one kind of Sasquatch out there, because the one that I seen did not look quite what the TV and media showed, black, brown, big, bulgy, and all that jazz. Anyway, so I'm sitting here on both my feet playing with G.I. Joes. I have an unloaded pellet gun, a little Red Ryder BB gun next to me because I'm cool enough to have the gun, but Mom says I'm not cool enough to have the BBs. And for obvious reasons, I'm a boy. And interestingly, everything kind of went quiet. I just had that little bit of a sense that somebody's watching me, so I kind of looked up from what I was doing, and I looked over to my left. There's a bunch of manzanita trees there, not a lot of leaves on them, and I saw the legs first. And so once I saw the legs of him, I think it's him. If it's a her, she's Jack. But I saw his legs, and then I looked up, and for what I would think was an eternity, must be about 10 seconds. We locked eyes, and I didn't know what to do. And so I reached down after we stared at each other for a minute, and I grabbed the BB gun, and I started to pick it up. And at that point, he ran at 45 degrees. So if I'm standing facing him, and let's say I'm 90 degrees, he went at a 45 in front of me and another 45 away from me. And he kind of melted into the manzanita going down into the hills. I kind of make a joke about this, as all his friends was like, "Oh, the kids don't have guns." Yeah, but this guy did, and even though it wasn't loaded, he was very agile, very quiet. That's one thing. 11-year-old. I ran inside the house and told my mom about it because I was kind of freaked out. Obviously, I didn't. It was just weird because I thought he melted, I guess is the word, into the brush, the manzanita trees and trees that are around us. But that's exactly the only way that I can explain it. He didn't just kind of disappear like your buddies away from you and you guys playing tag or whatever in the woods. He melted into the woods, and so that creeped me out. It was only until I was an adult that I realized that was something significant. And then Mom said, "Oh, she didn't." Fast forward to right before I was actually on this show as an interview or an interviewee. I actually called my stepdad at the time and said, "Hey, is this something that? Cause, I mean, I'm alone.
Yeah,
you can make stuff up in your head." So I was like, "Okay, is this something that I thought was real?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, your mom's scared to death." And I was like, "Okay." And she no wonder she reacted the way she did. But my dad's like, "I've heard the hoops, I heard the knocking and all that." And so that's my first Sasquatch and only Sasquatch experience.
wow. Okay, but I didn't know that about you. Is this microphone? I didn't know that about you, Grant.
Yeah.
That's amazing. There's so much going on there too, because first of all, Bigfoots usually don't charge at kids.
He didn't charge.
He didn't charge at
No, he didn't charge. It was more of a. I look back on it now, and I think he happened to dance across me. So if the house is about, 50, 100 yards, I don't know as a kid. It was quite far away. And I think what happened was was walking around maybe, and then saw me. Maybe the wind wasn't right, and he was just watching me, and I got that sense of a presence. I looked over and saw him. Here's the thing about it, though. Everything you see, like I'm going to screw this up. The Patty Gimlin, is that?
Patterson Gimlin.
Gimlin film. Okay, so the Patterson Gimlin film, that is a female and dark brown, right? You hear dark brown and you hear black. Mine was like a gray, like a sexy, like Dave Scott sexy gray, right? Okay, so what? I'm telling the truth, geez, guys. Anyway, oh hey Dave, and no, but he was really muscular, and forward facing eyes. I honestly, I wouldn't mind actually getting what is it when you go to a
Forensics artist.
no, somebody that can actually take you back.
Oh.
A regression. I wouldn't mind going back to this particular episode because it's super interesting. There's another one I don't want to go back to, but in this particular case, I would like to see exactly normal facial features because I got to see the eyes and he was staring at me with the board face. And it looked kind of like a normal head, except he was covered in fur, sexy, like pepper silver fur, right? Like Dave. And no, seriously, very athletic, had muscle tone. I do remember that. And when he started running, that's actually what caught my attention because I could barely hear him run. So when people are sitting there saying, "Hey, how come we're not finding these things? How come they can run so fast and or hide and seek champion of the world?" It's because they're actually, I don't know if they're actually in presence. I know there's too many questions, but he was very quiet. I could still hear him slightly, but he was very quiet. And then he turned to the left and went straight ahead of me, and that's when he melted into the bush.
I love that story. That's an amazing encounter, especially from a kid. You having so much of a vivid memory of that. Yeah, we have something. Okay, so first of all, there are at least 4 types of Sasquatch that I know of. Okay, and so they don't all look like Patty from that Patterson Gimlin film. That's the one that everybody knows and loves. That's the one that everybody's got the sticker on the back of their truck. You know, that outline. Oh yeah, I've got like 4 on the back of my truck or more. So everywhere I go, people give me stickers. So I put them on there. But that's the most common. So I live down in the South, and so we have something called the skunk ape. It's a little bit different. They're a little bit smaller and more lanky. They got long hair. And there's the type 4 Sasquatch. Those look like Neanderthal humans. And I think they're mostly, when people would have like sightings of wild men, and they were in the papers back in the 1800s, early 1900s. They didn't cover it up. They cover things up today so much. Not that I think or that I know of. But there's just different types. I mean, there's even I think it's a type 3 that's got like a long snout, and
This one didn't have that.
yeah. Well, that's interesting. Well, we also have something down in the South, and I guess up in the Pacific Northwest. We've got the Alabama whitethink. Okay, and so sometimes these Bigfoots are seen with gray hair or white hair. That's not uncommon now. It doesn't mean that maybe that was an older one. Maybe. I don't know.
I'm going to tell you right now, he did not look good. He just had a different hair color.
Yeah.
And the way he ran, now that I'm looking at it as an adult, was very svelte. It was athletic, with purpose. There was no, like the Gimlin film, how they're just kind of, nonchalantly walking with their arms and, overweight, whatever. This was not. Yeah. And I will never forget it. I talked to my stepdad at the time, Gary, and he believes me. He's like, "Oh, I've heard everything else, seen one." So I know I wear Sasquatch, I believe, all that jazz. It's not that I believe. It is, I know. And so when everybody finds them, if you do, I think it's more of a cherished moment. It is something that is not something that you can choose. It's something that they choose to give you. And if you do have to have that, cherish it. Don't pull out a regular BB gun and try to shoot it.
Yeah, that's a good word of advice right there. Yeah, we, with my field research teams, a lot of us do carry firearms with us. And I know people get upset about that, but we have so many dangers out there in the woods that it's more than just, I'm not worried about the big ones. Okay, I'm not worried about them attacking me or hurting me. I've never really had to too much, but I do worry about people being out there in the woods and big cats and stuff like that, because I'm not only looking for Bigfoot, we're researching dogman reports and werewolf sightings and things like that. So it's not just Bigfoot. So yeah, but I've always been told, don't ever point a gun at it or don't shoot one ever. Don't ever shoot one. Don't even make it think you're going to shoot it, because bad things, they'll seek retribution and things like that. So they don't want to do that ever.
I believe that. I think ultimately, they do understand adult from child. I think that's exactly what happened. His friends told him that children don't have guns, and here I am with a BB gun, and it kind of scared him. But all I was shooting at him was air. But realistically, I think just like most people understand children versus adult, they or man, woman, and child. I think they actually have that in them, and that is something that they have as well. So I don't believe that I was in any danger. He was standing behind a manzanita, like literally, he wasn't coming after me. He didn't charge me. It was only until I reacted he had to flee. So in my head, that is not an aggressive move. I was the aggressor, and I was 11. So
Okay. Well, you mentioned that you melting into the bushes. I get a lot of reports, and I have people that come on my shows and they talk about trees being portals. Now, I know you're into the woo. If you're, Space Out Radio, and you're very much into the woo. What do you think about the idea of that being like a portal or going into a different density?
I've heard a lot of things about different dimensions and that they might be interdimensional creatures or entities, so to speak. The biggest thing is if we can see them, they're in this third dimensional, or we can see them. We can interact with them. They're interacting with them. Now, whether they're a fourth dimensional creature, they can go in and out of different dimensions. Whether there's something that happens to do with orbs, I've heard 1,000 different. Like, let's try to figure out what this is. And until we actually find one that we can interview, we'll never know. And but realistic, I'm posing. There we go. Yeah, realistic. I've heard lots of stories. So in my backpack, this right over here, I have my sweater, which everybody will see is the Seth sweatshirt, and I wear the hat, the sweatshirt. When I'm going out to my own customers' jobs and stuff, I'll wear the stuff, and then I listen to their stories. Now, a lot of them have heard other stories, seen one, thought they seen one, and it's it's not something that I don't know. If you look at the news, when you look at online, which is no longer safe to look at anymore, they're going to say, "Oh, this is made up at this particular date and time." The problem with that I have is the fact that this has been going on for thousands of years. We've got reports of them for thousands of years, drawings of caves of them. We see them today. I don't know where they come from. I don't know where they're interdimensional. I don't know. Like, I don't have the answers. But it's mind the real and they're interacting, as well as many, many other things today that now the U.S. government is starting to talk about. So I'm hopeful. Well, it's like a big game. Hopefully you find him.
They also have something called adaptive camouflage. And to me, I think that a lot of these beings are ancient and they know how to camouflage really well and to do stuff that we don't know how to do or we're not aware of. So they've just been going into camouflage mode too. Yeah, which is pretty cool. You brought up the government. Ooh, I'm not into conspiracy theories here. What do you think our government knows about it?
So here's the funny thing. I'm not going to go too far into this rabbit hole. As everybody can look up, and whoever you want to when it comes to aliens, UFOs, and all that. So just like anything else, they're talking about one thing, forgetting another. But guess what? How many times are we looking for UFOs? How many times are we looking for aliens? How many times has the government been talking about them? But what are they not talking about? And that's Sasquatch. So if there's no point for the U.S. government to talk about it, they're not going to bring it up. And it's not really that important. It's just some being out there in the woods scaring people. Sometimes you get really cool stories. But other than that, that's all it is. Whereas you start interfering with our, well, not our, but globally, I would say it is, but the United States, egotistical as it is, their ability to control the skies and have security. Just okay. Once you start being able to prove that you can do something else past their abilities, that's when they take on it. But Sasquatch is not a threat to any kind of government. I think they're the best game player, hide and seek, national, global, with his cousin, the Yeti. Oh my God.
All right, what is your favorite cryptid? I don't know if you're into cryptids. What's your favorite?
Mine is actually Sasquatch. That's 100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely, hands down. It's the only one I've ever encountered. It's the only one that like piques my interest. When I do go out, I go camping. I've seen a lot of cool things. So if anybody wants to book me and find out where to go, in fact, I was just having a conversation tonight about where to go on Shasta. There's a few other places in Shasta for me that I could prefer, where you can see orbs and cool stuff like that. But when it comes to Sasquatch, I saw him once, I saw him again, and it's almost I get the feeling like, man, did I mess it up? I did, but I would love to meet him again just to say hi and make sure I wasn't going crazy at the time. So Sasquatch is ultimately hands down my favorite cryptid. So yeah.
Wow. So you live near Mount Shasta?
I currently near Mount Shasta. Actually, I rode my motorcycle down here to be at the event. I am 20 miles from the California border in a place called Klamath. Everybody knows. A lot of people that's probably watching this show knows that that's also a place where other famous people live. And Shasta has been a part of my life since I was born. I was born in Reno, California in 1979. And that was the mountain that used to ski, I used to hike, we used to go biking, even though I didn't want to bike, about it. But no, Shasta has been a part of my life indefinitely. And I call it mine. And there's a lot of really cool things on that mountain that you can actually see from more than 80 miles away. So you'll see those really big pictures of the clouds, and the layers and discs and stuff. I see it all the time. It is really beautiful to watch. So yeah, that's my neighborhood, and I love it. And if anybody wants to come to PNW, hit me up. Doors open.
Okay, you're gonna love this. Okay, because I've been talking about Mount Shasta a lot. I've been giving them viewing targets that involve Mount Shasta. And I want to say there was something called the robot grandma out of Mount Shasta. Are you familiar with that?
That's news. That's news to me.
Okay, this is one of my favorite stories actually. And there was a robot grandma. You're gonna love it. Okay, so my friend Arkima, he is part of he speaks on like the secret space program and stuff. Well, he was wanting to know if this was a real story, like what it was, the story behind this. And there was a young kid who was up around Mount Shasta. Something happened. His grandma, I guess it was like his grandma, but it wasn't quite his grandma, came and took him, called him away from whatever he was doing, and took him into a cave in the mountain. But it wasn't really his grandma. And it turned out to not be his grandma, but it was a person who looked a lot like his grandma. And he called her robot grandma. Okay. They said that this is in all the newspapers, the newspaper articles. You find it online. It's called the Mount Shasta Robot Grandma. I had remote this. I do. This was a real thing. This event really did happen to this poor child. But everybody look it up. I don't know. If you go to my YouTube channel, go to underneath the playlist of remote viewing investigations. It's there. So yeah, definitely look up robot grandma for that. Because when he got back to his grandma's house one day, he was talking about, oh hey, it's not his grandma, but the robot grandma. He was like, it's like you, but she's different. She's a robot. And yeah, it's a weird story. I don't remember all of it, so I can't really expand on that. It's been a while.
So the cave that he was taken to, was there anything? Is there something in it? Like the only reason why I ask that is because there's a lot of people that actually have different experiences with telos.
Mm-hmm.
So you hear a lot about them.
Yes.
And I've never met them. I wish I would, but I've been up there 100 times. Never been there, but I could be there. It kind of, man, that's crazy. I'm gonna have to look this up because that's really interesting. A robot grandma.
I'll show it to you.
The Lorien are that,
Mhm.
but other you get some like the Shasta Mounts. Look it up, crazy. Just don't stay the night there. And other than that, you get your normal woo things. But I'm gonna have to look it up. Thank you for
Oh yeah. Oh no.
letting me know about that.
Okay, it's something to look into for sure. Mount Shasta Robot Grandma. He said that when he went into the cave, I believe he said there were mannequins in there. So there were mannequins. There were purses and people like missing items, like items that belong to people. People kind of thought, well, maybe that was like items of missing persons from that area. They were actually considering that potentially they were clones. Okay, like there were some like clones. They were taking on the identities of people who had gone missing there and stuff like that. It's a really weird story, y'all. Very weird story. Definitely look that up. But yeah, I'm also very familiar with the inner Earth beings in Mount Shasta as well, because there was a retired lieutenant colonel who had given some testimony. I believe he was either, I don't remember if he was with the Air Force or the Navy. Can't remember his name, but it was another one of my remote viewing targets that I was given. One of those blind targets. And he had claimed in his testimony that he was the intermediary between the U.S. military and the U.S. military and the inner Earth there in Telos, however you pronounce that. And so, yeah.
One of these days, we're going to have to look into that because I want to read about it.
Okay. Well, we have a lot to talk about. We're here all weekend. Okay, we're gonna be talking about that. But yeah, we only have about a minute left. What do you have going on right now? What are your final thoughts?
I think it's great. I think I want to thank everybody for being here, and this is an amazing time for all of us. And for anybody that's not here, we wish you could be, but we're going to be on the show for you, so you can keep it going. That way, you guys know everything that's going on, as well as next time you get to meet Dave Scott. So thanks for having me. It was good to be here.
Thank you, Grant.
Grant Baker, everybody. All right, that is good. A good start, Jessica.
Thank you.
Very strong lip blade. Very strong. All right, we're going to continue on here on the fan party. Now, we are working on the audio issues and everything, so bear with us. This is what happens when you're live and in the middle of a casino and trying to make things work. But that's all right. We're going to power through here because that's what we do here on the S.O.R. fan party. SweetRobGee is here.
Yes, I am. I am here. How's every? I mean, we're broadcasting, but how's everybody here? I mean, I think we need to engage with the people that are here, along with everyone that's watching from home. So, yeah, I'm doing good though, Dave. What's going on, man? What are we doing?
Well, I think what we're going to do here is we're going to bring up another guest. You know, because we have all these special guests here that we want to get through them all. I think we need to turn up the woo a little bit. Don't you?
Let's do it.
I know you've been waiting for this one.
Okay.
Our Keith Andrews.
Let's go. Our Keith Andrews to the stage. Let's go.
Yeah.
The man, the myth, our Keith Andrews. How are you, sir?
I'm doing not bad at all. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You know, we had the interview the other day that got kind of cut off with the breaking news story broken by Courtney Marksani and Dave Scott. Video did very well. So we didn't get to finish our conversation, and definitely something I want to do with you. But yeah, so you got into Reno. How's it been going so far?
Since I got here, it's been great. The people at the Silver Legacy here have been absolutely phenomenal.
So that's awesome. That's awesome. Who is here that you met that you wanted to meet that you didn't think you would ever meet?
Well, I can't go that route, but I wanted to meet. Of course, I've been waiting to talk to Dave Scott again for 4 years now. I did manage to run into Mario down in the front row.
Mario, shout out to Mario.
Been trying to track him down for a while, and Grant, who just left.
Yeah,
I didn't even realize he was going to be here. So, mind you, I didn't know I was going to be here originally.
well, that's awesome. That's awesome, Keith. Yeah, we do have a lot of awesome faces in here. A lot of people that I've been wanting to meet as well. I haven't met anyone, I personally until now. So Dave Scott was the first guy who greeted me in the lobby with Merle. Merle was in the bill, right? Merle right there.
Yeah, Merle.
Yeah. So it was Dave and Merle. We kind of got into it a little bit, waiting for everybody to get here. Then finally met Keira, awesome Keira over there. She is awesome, guys. Just so you know, she's awesome. Okay. Who else?
No,
else?
Lala's down in the front row.
Well, Jax and Lee. We hung out at the bar. We had some drinks last night. I think I can say that on air. I think that's okay.
Well,
Um,
I didn't understand that was illegal around here, so hope not, given the amount of it.
Look, I didn't know Jax was a party animal like that. Jax was tearing the floor up all night long, Archie.
Now, we can safely say with a king on my end, I'm not doing that.
That's all right. We're gonna get it in later. So I know Merle's doing the ghost hunt, which we can't wait to do that. It's gonna be awesome. And then Melinda Leslie has the Skywatch set up. Are you interested in doing these? Are you excited to get involved with that?
I'm likely going to go out and take a look at the Skywatch. You know, where it comes to the ghost hunt and what have you, I get them through my apartment on a regular basis. I may participate in it anyway because they're a hoot from what I gather.
Yeah. And look, Keira has brought the Psionics camera. So just like I've always said to everybody, 80% of the people that I've talked to that have these Psionics cameras have had success in the things that they end up seeing. So I'm excited to get out there and see what it is that we see. I'm anticipating we have Mario who is going to make sure that we channel something or summon something. So should be pretty awesome. I don't know if we do a live stream from the location or not. We might do that. I don't know yet. But I think it's going to be fun, Archie. I think it's going to be
Oh,
fun.
yeah. A lot of this is just playing by ear anyway. I
Yeah.
think that's a lot of the way the world goes at this point, at least mine.
Yeah, he said they saw an Arcturian ship. So that was one thing because I asked him about that. And I was under the impression that those were the blue ETs. Is that correct?
The Arcturians are a blue race. Ones that most people refer to are the Pleiadian.
Okay.
You'll never see a purebred Pleiadian on Earth. Hybrid, certainly, but not a purebred.
Okay. So if we're looking at Arcturian, then are these ones that we should be concerned about? Like if we're seeing them and they're right here at our Skywatch, is that something to be concerned about? These green guys?
Honestly, I wouldn't be worried about any of them.
Okay.
You know, there's a reality that we got to look at as far as alien threat goes.
Okay.
If there was going to be any sort of an alien invasion, it would be over before mankind knew it was started.
Scary stuff, man. Scary stuff. Yeah. Anyone have a question for Archie Andrews that's here present? Yes. Oh, no. Okay, go ahead. So the question was, so I can repeat again. Okay, he asked Archie about an orange ship and
do we have a shape other than just the color?
Flat at the back and kind of roundish at the front.
You are likely looking at a research vessel, and it's likely one of the newer ones from the consortium itself.
Say that one more time, Archie.
You're likely looking at a consortium ship, probably one of the research vessels, but certainly not something to worry about.
Oh, all right. Your question, sir?
Yes. So if the aliens were to take us out, how would they do so?
Number one, they would start at about the orbit of Mars, hit the entire planet with a subquantum biomagnetic flux, and wipe out basically it's an EMP pulse that not only would wipe out all of the electronics that are built, but all of the components that were put together, which would drop us into the Stone Age in a heartbeat. From there, they'd come into the orbit of the moon and start dropping their own debris on it if they wanted to take out the superstructure. Needless to say, you hit the EMP pulse and we are right out of the water before we even get started. This is why they're not a threat.
Wow. Well, anyone else with a question real quick before we continue? Any questions, Archie? Charlie.
Yeah.
We keep hearing, 2025, 2027, all these dates. It's something from somebody else coming.
Well, I know the few that are in now, but when people are talking about 2025, 2028, I would be inclined to say they're at least 50 to 100 years off. And that's because if they reveal themselves, society's understanding and the entire superstructure of civilization collapses overnight.
It is kind of depressing. I do agree with you there, Charlie. But yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, these are the questions that we ask because we don't have the answers, and we're just trying to figure all this stuff out. So, does anyone else have one for our Keith there? Yes, ma'am.
Pulsated, and then it started to. What it did, I could see that it was a boomerang ship or a building, all glass. Do you have any information about that?
I'd be inclined to say, and you were lucky, because I'd be inclined to say you're likely looking at one of the Moldavian ships. They've only come into the area in the last 50 years. You know, but the Moldavians have been here longer than man has. They are off-worlders, but they didn't come here, really, but they were not starting.
All right, and the questions couldn't be heard, so repeat the question. We can't do that. We'll do that on the next one, though. I apologize, I meant to do that. Anyone else have a question out there? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I didn't hear more about beings that are not humanoid, but sort of amorphous. It could be orbs, they could be sort of pulsating entities. Does that sound familiar?
Most likely people you're talking to. Sorry.
So you said, okay, let me bring you the mic. Can you come closer a little bit?
Hi, my name's Marty. So I was hearing more about these blue beings that could be either orbs or pulsating beings. They're not humanoid in shape. Does that sound familiar?
That sounds like you're probably referring to the Umion. Umion they are a photonic based being, and they can alter their shape because they're pure light. But again, they'll interact, but their communication method is in the pulsating range.
All right, awesome stuff. And we may have to switch mics, Archie. They're saying this one is better, so rather you have this one here. And is there anyone else that had a question for Archie tonight? Going once? Going twice? No. Okay. All right, Archie. So, man, I can't even remember where we were at in the interview. I wish we could continue from there. You know, I was asking you questions about, some of these ETs and what exactly their purpose might be. So, and then we talked about the Arcturians and we talked about some of the Pleiades. I wanted to know if you had to point out two species, one being malevolent, one benevolent, what would those two species be, if you would mind?
Well, the benevolent, I would call the Sirzazian, which are 7.5 to 8.5 foot reptilian. They are literally here to help back up mankind, to protect them from some of the other problem children. So definitely, I'd call them one of your benevolent ones. Now, the Zeron, which are a mechlinoid race, they are literally mechanical, and their one goal, and we're in the middle of negotiating with them, is to wipe out all organic life forms and replace them with their own. So definitely not what I call friendly people.
Yeah. And I talked to Jax the other day when we were doing the show, and we were talking about these orbs and how they flash and things of that nature. And if brought up a theory that potentially is this maybe a way that they're trying to communicate is through some sort of like Morse code or some sort of code that they're giving us with these lights and different colors that they're flashing. So with that being said, we brought that up because I was talking about what's been spoken about as far as the government being in supposedly direct contact with ETs, negotiating with them, and I wondered if you could answer. Do you think that there is um, direct contact like that going on, conversations, or do you think that the blinking lights meaning some sort of communication makes more sense? I don't know. What do you think?
Well, as far as the government's being involved, that one I'm just going to plead the fifth on, if you'll pardon the expression. Not getting into that kind of war, but the pulsating lights is definitively their communication method. Problem is the problem with it is that they work in something that is referred to as triphasic. Still photonic emanations, but the pulsating comes in depending on the vibrancy of it, and I forget what the term is for that. Luminosity, there we go. Depending on the luminosity and color will determine what order the sentence should be put in.
That sounds good. And that actually makes a lot of sense because, like I say, when we're trying to navigate through this thing, common sense is I think what will answer most of the questions when we sit down and have a conversation, logically break down what makes sense. So, with that being said, tell me something about these reptilians, man. I don't hear good things about these guys. What is their purpose? Are they here? And what do you think everyone should know about these reptilians?
Well, the first thing you got to realize is there's at least a dozen different reptilians that I've documented. Okay, so when people talk about the reptilians, you got to realize there's a lot of different reasons. But the Strathosians are to literally stop the Teklak. The Teklak are a reptilian race that is about 4.5 feet tall. And they are here, and they literally came to strip the planet. The Strathosians are at war with them and came in to interrupt the action.
Do you think we have, because when I hear conversations like that, I start to think about, if something were to happen, there's a lot of people that lean to the side of saying that this is just a great experience and there's nothing we should worry about here. But I feel like, obviously, with that malevolent side of this, there definitely should be, we should prepare for both sides of this conversation. Do you think, because when I start thinking about Black Project and a lot of people talk about reverse engineering going on, I think there's probably some of that going on. I don't think any of what we're seeing is reverse engineered, truthfully. But I wonder in the back of my mind if they are, maybe not reverse engineering craft, but are they potentially looking at these craft to determine their capabilities in order to protect ourselves down the line? Like, is it possible that we're creating some sort of anti-ET weapon within these Black projects?
Well, theoretically, it's possible, but we got to put that in perspective. Trying to engineer a computer to deal with the alien technology is going to be akin to hooking an abacus up to an IBM. Somehow there might be a problem with it.
So what do you think is the best case? Because I don't, a lot of people look at fear mongering, and I don't really look at it as that. I used to look at doomsday preppers and used to wonder why they did what they did. Like, okay, collapse of society. I didn't see that as something possible. But now, I just understand that being prepared is just better than not being prepared. Do you think, what do you think is if it were to hit the fan, what do you think would be our best method of defense? Or what do you see us doing in an event like that?
You mean in the case of an actual alien invasion?
Yeah, some sort of aggressive confrontation. Yes.
Recommendation: put your hand between your knees and kiss your butt goodbye. You're done.
Pretty much, right? Yeah. Well. That's How do you go from there? I mean, so I'm in. I've said this, and I want to say this again because I think, yeah, you're right. I don't think we currently have anything that protects us. We know our governments know that. And I recommend finding a cave. You have a cave, a nice cave somewhere to tuck yourself into if it goes down.
I personally would recommend when you run into them, treat them as other people. Just they look different, they got different toys and different tools, but they're just people.
Yes, question.
Okay, Keith, this is Mario. Do you believe the Canadian government or the American government is communicating and making agreements with various or certain aliens that are either here on Earth or off world, i.e., such as agreement like the Eisenhower agreement?
Now, I'm definitely not going to tangle with government as far as that goes, but I will tell you, like any specific government, in my experience, virtually any society that has a functional government likely is in contact with some of the off-worlders. Okay, now are they making agreements to have people kidnapped or to get weapon technology? From my understanding, not a prayer, because the off-worlders, the consortium won't permit off-world technology. Okay, they won't permit the weapon.
We have another question here from Charlie.
Okay, so if there are agreements, these people are our friends. Why then are they showing up in the skies, or is this a separate group of another race or somebody different, or because could we just tell them to go away?
Well, you can tell them. The reality is, if there are agreements being made, we got to realize first and foremost, all individuals don't necessarily follow agreement. You are dealing with individual people, but you've got at least that I'm aware of I've personally dealt with over 100 races, or 100 species is more to the point. That said, the agreements that they would be making would have to be on communication technology and or some social development, because these guys are way further advanced than mankind is. But most of your problems are, don't get me wrong, is it possible for this negative side to happen? Certainly. But we've got a choice. We can either look at what could go wrong or what could go right.
Man, amazing, amazing. So that's R.T. Andrews, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. So we're gonna get into some more good stuff right here at the Space Out Radio fan party. Wish you were there, but there are people here and we do love it, and it's a beautiful thing. So yeah, R.T., we'll talk later. I have other questions for you. So yes, sir.
All right. How we doing, sweet Robbie G?
We're doing well, David Scott. What's going on, buddy?
I'm living the dream. You know what we need?
What do we need?
I need a fix.
Merle.
Let's Merle it up, everybody. Merle. All right, here's the man, the myth, and the Merle legend all wrapped into one. Hold on, we got to turn your microphone on there.
I'm soft spoken.
How you doing, Merle?
Fantastic.
We've had a long 24 hours.
We have.
And it started with Taco Bell before
You started with Taco Bell.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Merle happens to live by Taco Bell. And he's like, don't stop anywhere for food because I'm making dinner. And I said, screw that.
I threw his dinner in the garbage.
Yeah, he literally threw my plate in the garbage while I picked out on tacos. That's just the way to do it.
That's how we do it.
Hey, man, 2.5 hours away from Taco Bell.
You need your fix.
I need a fix. If it's there, I need my hit.
Then fucking Chick-fil-A. Is that Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A is.
We don't have that.
No. You having fun so far?
Having a great time. Fun. I like everyone, meeting everyone, talking to everyone, hearing everyone's experiences. It's watching people dance in pajamas. Yeah, it's good.
There's a question in our chat room, super crazy. Where's Bubblefoot? I actually have a message from Mr. Ron Bubblefoot Thal who says, welcome everybody to the Spaced Out Radio fan party. He apologizes he cannot attend, but he loves the fact that the S.O.R family reaches out to him on social media and says, hey, I've downloaded your music because of hearing little brother is watching on Spaced Out Radio. So he sends all of his love and best wishes to each and every one of our Spaced Out Radio listeners and fans. So thank you. You know what I'm not seeing? In our chat room right now, there's not enough Merling going on.
No, there's not.
Not enough Merling going on in the chat room. So if you're in our chat room right now, Merle it up. Come on. We need you guys to Merle it up.
Myself. There we go.
There we go. Now it's getting Merled up there.
Excellent.
Now, your real name is Mike.
Yes.
Your middle name is Merle.
No, yeah.
And I'm going to explain to everybody the whole Merle thing here because we get a lot of questions about it.
I would say talk to Dave.
Yeah. So one day, Mike and I were having a conversation, and we were talking about how do we build popularity. And then he told me one day that his name was Triple M. He used to write Triple M on Instagram. And I said, well, what's the other M for? And he goes, it's Merle. And I'm like, oh, that's badass.
Oh, shoot.
I'm like, that is badass. So I started calling him Merle because it's a badass name. Because, you know, my theory is on this. You always want to stand out a little bit. And in the paranormal, cryptid, and UFO world, there's like 18,000 Mikes.
Pretty strong name there.
It is a strong name. But there's only one Merle.
No.
So that's how we got our Merle. And it's worked.
It has.
It has.
People at work call me Merle now. My daughter will laugh and call me Merle.
Does she laugh?
She does.
Why?
I don't know.
It's a badass.
Good name, strong name. Grandpa would be proud, right?
Exactly. All right. We brought you here to tell us some ghost stories. You were recently at a couple of different locations. One of the ones that I think we haven't talked about a lot is along the Gold Rush Trail in British Columbia. There is a building there that they're refurbishing called the Alexandria Lodge.
Mm-hmm.
Why have you really taken a love to the Alexandria Lodge? First, explain what it is and your love for it.
So this lodge in particular was built in 1854. It was basically the gateway to the Hudson Bay fur traders. And then it became part of the Gold Rush Trail where more? Okay, come on, a little more, okay. And so yes, I'm a paranormal investigator, but my priority is preserving history. Doesn't mean Canada, US, just anywhere to keep history alive. I'd rather see buildings stand up than be torn down with skyscrapers. So what I like to do is these buildings fundraisers, like you do with 108 Mount Ranch. All fundraisers keep places alive and do ghost tours and have people experience some of the stuff. But the cool thing about Alexandria Lodge is probably one of the most haunted buildings I've ever been in. People touch there. I've heard like audible noises. For me, it's fun to see people ghost hunt that have never done it or don't believe it. And then they leave that place like almost their tail tucked between their legs. They had a good scare or a confirmation of ghosts are real. And that's why I do it.
Now, the funny part, it's one building, and it's gutted right now. Like
it's gutted. They're literally making it a spec, I think, 1856. So they're trying to get the government of Canada to give it a federal grant for historical recognition. They have a provincial one, but they have so many different guidelines they have to do. So they're going to make it a bed and breakfast, as well as a haunted museum where people can come learn the history, but also talk to some ghosts, hopefully.
Now, the funny part about it is, you and I have covered the British Columbia side of the Gold Rush Trail.
Yes.
But we're in Reno right now,
Sure.
where it started.
Yeah.
And you're going to Virginia City tomorrow night. You're going to take a bunch more people on the tour. Merle it up for that, eh, everybody? Exactly.
Love it.
But you're actually staying longer. You're actually going to be investigating that area.
I am. So Sunday night, I'm from Sunday to Thursday. I'm going to be staying in Virginia City, investigating like 3 or 4 different buildings by myself. I've never investigated by myself. I'm always with someone, and I make them do the scary things, and I just watch.
My favorite video from there is the full body apparition.
Yes.
Most adventures.
I'm staying at Gold Hill for 2 nights. So.
Why do you love ghost hunting so much?
I just love the investigative side of it. I love finding out the unknown is what it comes down to. I had experiences when I was little, and I've kind of been chasing that dragon, so to speak, since then. I don't know why that much. I'm chasing confirmation. Confirmation. What happens when we die? Why do we stick around? Why can our naked ears not hear certain audio, but audio recorders can pick them up? There's so many questions I have. I like talking to different eras, like Victorian. I'm obsessed with the Victorian era. I don't know why. I am. And it's cool talking. And I use a lot of old timey ghost hunting gear with modern technology inside them. Like I have a candle, I have a bell, I have a ton of stuff. And so I like it. It's the communication, trying to share people's stories or try to give them a message that they weren't able to say when they died.
And getting back to the Gold Rush Trail, I don't think people understand how big it is. I mean, it starts here where we are in Reno, Nevada, which started as a gold rush, then went to a silver rush. But everybody started pressing north, going through Oregon, on the Oregon Trail, going through Washington State into British Columbia, where you and I are, and literally at S.O.R headquarters, which you've been to, we are literally about 3/4 of a mile right from the original trail, which the funny part about that trail is it doesn't matter if it's daytime or nighttime, it is haunted.
It is.
And you could go there at any time and be pushed. I've been pinched, I've been pushed on that trail. It's always active. But then it goes way up north for about, if you were driving, never mind on a horse and carriage or walking, if you were driving to get to where the end of the trail is, it's another 35, 36 hours driving.
Yeah. It's huge.
It is massive. And Courtney Marcassani's here, and she's from Alaska. I mean, you know the top end of the Gold Rush Trail. I mean, it's a pretty large piece of investment. And you think hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people walked that trail. Lots of trauma.
Death.
And a little historic Canadian side to this. When the Gold Rush Trail hit, because of the amount of robberies, murders, pillaging of women, and everything that was going on, that was the creation of what was called the Northwest Mounted Police, which today is known as the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So a little bit of history there on how the RCMP got started was all because of it. And they weren't armed at first. No. And it was funny because the American prospectors coming up all had guns.
Sure did.
And here they're being approached by these people who were talking tough to them without any guns. But because they were law enforcement, they never drew the guns on them.
No.
It was weird.
Yeah.
So ghost-wise, we know why you're a ghost hunter. We know why you're doing it and your love of it. What's it like for you doing the Alexandria tour? You've come up to do my tour to teach new people about the paranormal and history and the importance of it.
I love it. I like to teach respect because if you watch a lot of YouTube videos or people that aren't serious about it, they're pretty disrespectful to ghosts because they're just in it for the thrill. They're in it to get the scare and then leave and go home and go to bed. But ghosts, they were people once, and they deserve to be treated like that. Like one lesson I've learned was I used to go back in the old days when I first started. I would go into places guns a-blazing. I'm so excited to talk to ghosts, talk to spirits, and that's when the crappy things happen, where you get poked, pinched, grabbed. So what I do now is I get curators that own the buildings to introduce me and give me a tour with them. The spirits are familiar with them, so it's more of a comfort level. Because I wouldn't really appreciate people coming into my house at 11 o'clock saying, "Tell me you're here,"
And I think that's so right. And I've never even looked at it that way before, but it is important to try and build that trust, and I think it's, whether it's cryptids, whether it's UFOs, or whether it is ghosts, you have to build that trust in order to try and get that communication and try and take that next step. Now, one of the things I want to ask you is you have been, lack of a better term, physically assaulted by ghosts before. You seem to be a magnet for getting the shit kicked out of you by spirits.
Well, I'm a bit of, you've told me I'm a bit aggressive when I ask questions, but it's because of my day job. When I'm trying to obtain information, I'm just like, pop, 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 tell me. So I kind of lightened my approach, and it's kind of lessened the blows of being scratched. Or I've been choked once, which sucked. We were in a place called the Bailey House in the city of Merle. So that's about 5 hours north of Blaine, Washington. And this house was built in 1914, very, not aggressive, but in the old days, men were very stern. And for whatever, one of the stories was one of the men, the spirits that stay in this house, they don't like other guys. So this was pre getting the curator to introduce us. And when I was upstairs doing my questions, trying to get his name, trying to just talk to him, I felt the hand, his ice cold, go like that on my neck and just squeeze. And you can't bat it away because there's no hand there, no physical hand there. And it was there for about 3 seconds, and it just kept squeezing harder and harder. I've never ran so fast in my life as I rethought ghost hunting after that.
But you've also had other experiences with ghosts being a little bit violent towards you. I know you've been pinched in the barn and shoved. I mean, I was walking right beside you when you took a punch to the kidney.
Yeah, it's bizarre how it happens because I try to be as respectful as possible, but it comes down to, I don't know, if a person was a bit of a not very nice guy when they're alive, they're probably the same when they're dead, I would think. Again, gotta investigate to see if that's how it is. But yeah, I've been, because I don't know why they don't like me. They just don't. I guess I'm not likable.
Now, one of the other things I want to ask you, and I'm going to push you into territory that makes you uncomfortable here. Okay. As we give a shout out to Tim Mothman and his goatee
There he is.
for showing up here. The goatee looks incredible. Absolutely incredible, the goatee. That goatee has gained at least an inch in length since last year. At least an inch.
He's got some JD in his hand, I see.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good. He's already started. Little JD and a pale ale. Yeah. We don't know which one's for him and which one's for the goatee. All right. But I'm going to put you in an uncomfortable position here for a moment. Okay. Because you and I are best friends. And you and I have talked about this privately a lot and minimally on the radio. But you're having a real trouble blending the paranormal connection to cryptids and to UFOs.
Yes.
And back in April, I had Samantha Mowat on the show, and we were talking about our incident last year at the crash site.
Okay.
And I know to this day, Gesundheit was a good one. Everybody heard that? That was Melinda Leslie's ghost. Okay. But you were very uncomfortable with what happened. I think a few of us were.
Which part? Let's narrow this down.
Well, I mean, you tell me. Was it the roar of the Sasquatch?
That's kind of gross.
Okay, so let's just tell the story here. Okay, so it was night number 2 of our shootout there, and Samantha and I started getting picked up that we were being watched by something in the trees, and we walked down the path, and we start feeling energy running through the ground through our feet, and we called over the cameraman and the director, and they started feeling it too. But something weird happened to you.
Oh, this part. Okay. Yeah.
Something weird happened to you because we had a rule on our camera shoot. Okay, number one, we're in the middle of the wilderness here. And in my area, and Merle knows because we've been there when there has been mountain lions around there. There's mountain lions, there's grizzly bears, there's black bears, there's lynx, cougar,
National Geographic. So
Yeah, it's like a lot of things that could kill you there.
Yeah.
Okay, that don't want you in their territory. And this is kind of a sacred ground because in 2018, when we were there, you, myself, and Mark Spender, we got chased out of the forest by the Sasquatch. But on this day, Samantha and I went and felt that energy. We called the cameraman over, and I don't know what happened to you.
Me neither.
Okay, but we had one gun protecting 7 people in that area. And we had 2 rules. Number 1, the gun always stays with the group. And number 2, we do not investigate alone. We're always in tandem.
Yep.
And as we were talking, you literally had marched. I watched you.
I broke both rules.
You broke both rules. And you marched from where we were with the shotgun on your shoulder. And yes, Mike is does have his firearms license, just to be clear. Okay, you marched with that. You didn't even say hello to us. You walked right by us. You walked down the trail. Instead of turning right to the exit, you hung a left to go down another trail. You have no recollection of that.
I don't. So it's kind of bizarre. Like they were talking about things they're experiencing, but I was experiencing nothing. I didn't realize what was happening. I was just observing what you guys were doing. I was holding the gun at that time because I don't know what our friend went.
Go drop some people.
Aye, okay. And then I just all of a sudden started. I thought I heard something. I heard a call, I heard a noise, but I just walked out this path, and I think I walked for about 20, 25 minutes alone. I had a gun, and I thought I saw something, and then you guys were freaking out because you didn't know where I was, and then
You heard the whistle.
it was the whistle. I heard whistling. I was following whistles. Yes. Yeah.
Just like that. And then all of a sudden I hear Merle. Everybody's like, where's Merle? Where is he? Like, we couldn't find you. And all of a sudden we hear you down the other trail. Nope. Nope. And he comes speed walking back, like an Olympian speed walker. He comes speed walking back, and the group starts giving you hell because you're A, you took off alone, and B, you left us unprotected. And then I asked you what the whistle was, or what was the noping was, and you were like, something whistled at me.
Yeah, I kept hearing whistling, and I think that now that we're talking about it, I think that's what I was following. I was going deeper and deeper, and there's a couple of theories on that. It can be Sasquatch. However, in my culture, or what I've been researching, they call them stick Indians, the indigenous call, and they're malevolent little beings that will lure you in and kind of screw with you.
Yeah, and our area has been known to have what they call the little people.
Yes.
Okay. In fact, our armed guard that day, a few years back, was actually hunting one night.
Yep.
Was hunting one night, and he heard my voice from the forest saying, "Help me," because his name's Mike too. Saying, "Help me, Dave. Help me, Mike. I'm in here. Help me. Come in here and get me." Yeah, and like that's a guy who doesn't get scared, and yet he got the hell out of Dodge when that was happening. And I think to this day, and I told him to this day, if you would have followed that voice, I don't think we would have ever seen you again.
Yeah.
I really do believe that. But so us as a crew, we go down there, we go down the trail where you were hearing the whistling, and we felt like there was something big watching us.
We did, absolutely.
You know, explain that feeling for people who never had that feeling, what it's like to be in the middle of nowhere in the forest and get that feeling that something, not someone, but something is watching.
It's almost like a predatory feeling, to be honest. I don't know how else to say it. It feels like you're being stalked, you're being watched, or you're being monitored, but you don't have the control. Because I really like to control my surroundings in investigations, but you don't control what is happening. And then you saw something absolutely terrifying in the bush, and what would you say we saw?
Well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah.
Because as we continue down this trail a little bit, way off in the distance, that's where we heard the 15 to 20 second Sasquatch roar.
Oh, yes.
And if you've never heard
Richie heard it.
if you've never heard a Sasquatch roar, There is nothing that puts chills up your spine faster than that.
100% not a bear either.
Yeah, and we had enough wilderness people there to know it wasn't a cougar, it wasn't a bear, it wasn't a cow.
It's gross. It
It-
sounded
and
terrifying.
it was one pitch.
Yeah.
Like it was like a siren where a siren warms up and then sits at that pitch and then calms down.
Hmm.
And I don't know how far away that was. Like it was in the distance. But I remember looking at you guys kind of laughing and saying, "Welcome to the world of Sasquatch."
Yeah.
And so we decided that we were going to go back to our base camp. And we have to make like a 90-degree turn. And from where we were to where base camp as the crow flies was maybe 50, 60 yards.
Yep.
And we start walking back and we hear that growl.
Yeah, it was a low growl. Yeah.
Oh, like I'm going to tear you a new asshole type of growl.
And again, it was that predatory feeling as well.
Yeah. And what was scary about that was it was coming from our base camp.
Yes, it was.
So with that coming from our base camp, we're thinking, oh crap, we have a bear at base camp. We've got
food and stuff.
We've got all our food there. We've got all our beverages, all of our supplies, about $30,000 worth of camera gear that we can't afford to replace. And we're thinking, shit, there's a bear there.
Yep.
But there wasn't a bear.
No,
So we start walking, like at a fast pace, walking back to base camp because we're thinking maybe we'll startle a bear and get them to run out of there. And I'm looking through the trees to see if there's a bear coming through the trees at us. And that's where I see the brown object.
You did.
On the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And it was matte brown, but the sun, the way it was shining, was off the top left corner of it. And, brown is a mixture of orange, yellow, and green. And so we started, I said, stop. I said, what the hell is that?
Yep.
And all of a sudden the group kind of moved ahead of me. And then they stopped and they said, what? I said, right there. And I pointed into the trees. And that's where you guys saw what?
It was probably 8 to 9 feet tall, would you say?
I thought 6 to 7.
It was brown. It was giant. It was brown. It was burly.
But it wasn't a Sasquatch.
No?
I don't think it was a Sasquatch. Did you see a Sasquatch?
I know this is where we debate about that.
See, what most of the people thought that we saw was an ET.
Mm-hmm.
You think you saw something different?
It may have been Sasquatch to me, but I've never seen something like that in my life.
Did you see the craft?
No.
Because the craft was.
You guys were talking about the craft.
Yeah.
You saw one, or you guys saw one the previous night.
Yes.
Well,
how do you feel about that whole incident?
Still processing, man. Like it.
I know it scared a couple people real bad.
I've never had an ET experience, and that's kind of something I've really been trying to dive into now. Is I really want to experience. And I know you say a couple of people said be careful what you wish for, but I would really like to even see something that I could call a craft. I guess that's not what I want to order.
Yeah. And our wilderness guy and our friend, Mark Spender, he made a good point. Now, Mark, if I have any questions about the wilderness, I turn to my friend Mark. I mean, he's been a hunting guide. He's been an animal tracker. I mean, this is a guy who's been like literally tracking mountain lions, wolf packs, grizzly bears his entire life. Like nothing scares him. He's been bluff charged over the years by black bears and grizzlies. And, I trust him. And when we thought it was a bear, we were explaining it to him. He's like, Dave, there's no bears around.
Yeah.
He goes, you guys have been making enough noise for the last number of hours there. And plus, let's face it, as humans, we stink.
To them, we do, yeah.
To the animals, we stink. And between our odor and the noise that we would have been making throughout that afternoon and setup, he's like, there's no way a bear would have been around.
No, because we were allowed the whole time going forth and back with a vehicle. And,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, buddy, I appreciate you coming.
Of course.
I appreciate you being here, and I look forward to hearing all the results from Virginia City from you.
Sounds good.
Merle it up one last time, everybody. Merle.
And I'll see you in the playoff game later. When we
Oh,
win.
by the way, yes. Let's go Oilers.
Who?
Merle is very rude at times. Very rude. Yeah, we don't care for him. We hope he stubs his toe on a slot machine while he's here. Now, I know there is a number of other people here that we want to bring up. And I hope everybody over on the YouTube side of things is having a lot of fun here as we celebrate the third annual S.O.R fan party from the Silver Legacy Casino and Resort, which we're having a blast here. Sweet Robbie G is going to make his way back up here. Where's that Jessica Jones? Where's that Jessica Jones? Why don't you bring Carter up with you? Come bring Carter up. Carter Bouchard and Jessica Jones are going to hang out. Sweets, what do you think of Merle there? Merle.
Awesome as always.
So we're going to have Jessica and Carter Bouchard come on up here.
Yep.
My name is Carter, and I'm an alcoholic. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. That's how you do it.
Okay, Carter, move over to this way.
Okay.
We'll get the camera.
I saw you guys out earlier. Do the same thing, right? My wife's here. What? Well, she's gonna hold it. Do that again. Wrong.
Oh no, that was on camera. Okay.
Yeah. How y'all doing? Yeah. Good show so far. Yeah. Interesting humans. Strange and interesting. Just like all of us. While we're here.
That's right. That's right, Carter. It is so nice to meet you.
Finally, yeah.
Finally, right? Yeah.
Finally, yeah. You too.
Yeah, I've been watching you on Dave's show, and I see you on interviews. I always thought, man, we have a lot in common. Okay, we do have a lot in common. I'm a Bigfoot field researcher. I've been doing it since about 2011, and I love that you put out a bunch of books and you talk about the situation and the psychology behind Bigfoot and things like that. We were just talking back here as a Dave was doing this interview, and you were telling me we were talking about more than just Bigfoot, because there's been an uptick in other cryptid sightings going on. So we're going to talk about all that right now.
Yeah,
You cool?
sure. Yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool. Sure.
All right, let's do it. Okay, well, first of all, I'm just getting to know you, Kurt. So tell me, first of all, like, where do you live? You have a lot of Bigfoot activity where you live, and tell us a little bit about that.
I live in Liberty, Missouri, which is a little bit north of Kansas City. There's some activity within 25 miles of my home that is kind of civilized. Most of my research areas are in South Missouri, the Mortway National Forest especially. There's a couple of little towns, Ellington and Eminence, Missouri, that are very, very active. Very active. So that's where most of my research is. I've written 4 Sasquatch books, and as the years went by, I got more. I'll start back over. I'm an investigator for BFRO, love them or not, but I've had 100 reports published to BFRO, and so in speaking with these people over the years, they started confiding in me that they're living on our property. We're interacting with them. They show us their children. And it's just a phenomenal thing. So right now, I'm monitoring 8 or 9 families that have had them on their property. They're interacting with them daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. They hear conversations. And they show them their children. They show each other their children. I've sat on the porch of a couple of families and interacted verbally only with the Sasquatch people at night. They call me by my name in my own voice. Their mimicry is phenomenal. They can mimic car doors, any animal you name, humans, anything. So it's mind blowing. And these people, they don't tell. None of the people in my books have real names or real locations because none of that's important. It's what's going on
and who is it happening to, but not by name. And so they tell me all their stories with the confidence that it's all anonymous. And that's just fascinating. I'm very honored that they picked me to come out to their house and listen to it and share the event. It's awesome. It's really cool.
Oh my gosh, I love that. And so you've been watching the Bigfoot, the Sasquatch, forest people grow up from little babies into adulthood, then, right?
Yeah, some of them I've been showing pictures. You know, one of my families, they live on 200 acres, and the father gets up, walks a quarter mile every morning to his mailbox, gets his mail, and comes back, and then he takes the dog for the dog's exercise for the day. And several times when he's on his way up to the mailbox, the Sasquatch will peek out from behind a tree, let them see him, and just peek back. And a couple of times they've showed them their newborns. Just show them. Just who does that? They're that comfortable with my people that they let them see the baby. And I get routine. I got one a couple of weeks ago of the one that he saw. It was in a newborn. 2, 3, 4 years later, it's 3 or 4 feet tall. And there's pictures. And they know about cameras. They don't like cameras, but what they do is they have trail cameras all over. What he does, the Sasquatch do, is stand behind the rising sun in the morning, so they're backlit, so you get no features, and you will see the Sasquatch in silhouette only, and you'll see the young baby that they were shown, and you'll see it in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, just whenever they feel like it, they'll take pictures that way. Now I can't put those in the book because I told them I wouldn't. And they're blob pictures, but you know what you're looking at and the story and the totality of the information. And it's orbs, the paranormal, the woo, as you like to call it. They speak with them. They turn into orbs. They float around the house. They come and they go through the house in orbs. It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
Yeah. Well, I can attest to the orbs because we have a lot of orbs out in the field when we're doing our research. I've actually watched orbs float through the tree line. One of the last times I was up in the woods in the past few months, I saw an orange light flash through the tree line, and then it goes really loud. And I grabbed my flashlight. I don't use flashlights usually or headlamps if I don't have to. But we grabbed our flashlights and we made sure there wasn't a bear right there or something. But we were definitely getting the Bigfoot vibe because that's where our Bigfoot are. Okay. But it's interesting. We see a lot of orbs, and there's so many different avenues you can go with. Like, what is an orb, right? There's so many things. But so these orbs go into people's houses. Wow.
Yeah, the one family I was talking about with that has the babies and everything, they see orbs routinely, and they will come into the house. They go back. They used to visit their daughter, who's now at the Air Force Academy up in Colorado. So they come in there. They used to visit her, come to her window, tap on the window, scared the crap out of her because she's not a fan, because she doesn't know who or what they are. She does now, but at first. So when she's gone now, and they come, and they will come to the back window, they'll see them, and then they'll morph into an orb and come through the window and fly around the house and go back out. But that's happened at our house. My wife got to see an orb due to an experience I had 300 miles away when I was leading an expedition for BFRO. She saw an orb flying through the house at roughly the same time I was being presented with these 6 rocks right here. That represents me and the 4 expedition goers and my partner. And when they left these rocks on the log, it's a much longer story, but I'll leave out all the boring stuff. But they left the rocks. We came back in our camera the next morning, and I find these rocks on this log. These 5 rocks here are me and the 4 expedition goers. This rock over here is my partner. And this was during COVID. And we figured that the time that they left these rocks was about 8 or 8:30. When I came the next morning to get my camera and saw that, that was not there before. And it was during COVID. Nobody was coming out. Nobody was going out doing anything during COVID. Very few. And so I called my wife. I was flipping my brains out. I was just like, "Oh my God, they make communication with me. They're letting me know I'm one of the cool kids, I guess. They're leaving a physical message." My wife said, what time was this? I said, well, I don't know. I'm guessing 8:30 whenever it got dark in October in Illinois. And she saw an orb come into our bedroom 325 miles away, flew around a couple times. She saw it physically, and she also saw it reflected in the bedroom window. And went around the bedroom a couple times and flew into the bathroom, disappeared. That was them letting me know that they knew who I was and they were making contact. There's no better, for me, I know some people don't believe in the woo, but there's no better proof to me that they were communicating.
Yeah, it's all about these personal experiences that we're having. And as a matter of fact, when I was out in the field with my research team, one night I was laying in my tent. Okay, and I have friends like Terry Wendell at Rock Hill, Rock Hill, South Carolina. He's telling me this story. He goes out with us sometimes about how he was in his little, we have tent cots. A lot of us bigfooters, we've been tent cots. I don't. Okay, it feels like a casket when I get in there. And I know it's almost the equivalent of the Bigfoot burrito hammock set up out in the field. Okay, us Bigfooters know about this. Okay, and so I either sleep in my truck now, in the back of my truck with doors locked, or I will sleep in a big tent. Okay, a big tent. And I put my cot in the middle of this tent because Terry gets poked. He's been poked with his finger. Bigfoot has come and put their finger through his tent cot and poked him at night on his head, grabbed his head and stuff. So I try to stay away from that. I don't like getting grabbed and poked at night by Bigfoot. But anyway, so one night I was in my tent, this super, super active place that we researched it for years and years. And I was laying in my tent. We had a lot of activity that night going on. And I was laying there, I watched the orb float inside my tent. And we actually have it, because we put cameras around here. And you can see in this camera at night, there was an orb that went into my tent, and then it left, and I watched it, and it came around, it was like observing me. And then it went outside of my tent, and then it went into my neighbor's tent over there. And so we were all experiencing this one orb that was coming inside our tent and just looking at it. It was kind of observing us. So that's interesting. I also come home from the field, and I have a video, actually. I can show it to you. I can't show it to the public. I can show it to people here, but not online, because my son's in it. He's got half his clothes on. He's a little kid. But we came home from the field, and there were orbs floating around the sun. So I had hitchhikers, but I always kind of put like a spiritual thing to the orbs. Never like, oh man, what if the Bigfoots came home with me? I never even thought about that. So that gives it a whole new perspective, because I was out there researching Bigfoot, and then we came home with orbs. What do you think about that?
Well, when she saw it, and I saw what I saw with these rock gifts, it was an overt communication, and whether it's spiritual or it is a paranormal or quantum type event, which I would be more inclined to describe it as the quantum type thing, where you're changing your mass and have the ability to do that. I know a lot of people don't believe in that, but when you get into the government conspiracy, I have enough people telling me the government knows exactly what's going on. I firmly believe that. And so the government's not saying anything because there's more to them than a dumb ape. If it was just a dumb ape, why wouldn't you just say, we've discovered a North American ape we didn't know existed for the last 500 years? There's more to it. Just why would you just not say it, move on, and go to something else? So I want to show you that picture I showed you, the habituation. Hang on,
Okay, you be getting that. Yeah, I had the pleasure of being out with Ron Moorhead not long ago at the Georgia Bigfoot Conference. I was speaking at the Georgia Bigfoot Conference, and oh yeah, we got him on your book there. Yeah,
Commentary on Ron did commentary on my first book, my very first one.
one of my favorite books is the Quantum Bigfoot, and I told Ron if I were to ever write a book, it would have been your book. It would have been that.
Yeah, it would be. So back to the habituation. I don't know if you can see this really, really well. And it on page 253, if anybody wants to take a look. 252, really, excuse me. You probably want to take a look at it. So what you're looking at, one of my families, they grow their own produce and they sell it at farmers markets and small grocery stores in southern Missouri. That's all I can tell you. And so they build these growing greenhouses with this rolled up plastic in its Quonset hut, and it's stretched over these and they go over about 25, 30 yards. And something was getting in and stealing their food. They knew the Sasquatch were on the property. They knew they're there. They've seen them. They've interacted with them from a distance. But food kept disappearing from one of the grow houses. So he put up lights outside, so the motion lights would go on if somebody was there. So 11 o'clock, 11:30 one night, the lights go on. He's pissed because he's got to go out and chase off whoever is in there eating the food, stealing the food. As he runs out the house, he hears screaming, roaring from one area of the woods. As he gets about halfway to the greenhouse, he hears the same screaming and roaring from another part of the woods. And when he gets to the greenhouse, this is the funny part, he hears this screaming and yelling from inside the greenhouse. And so he's going, oh crap, there's one in there. And so he's a 21-year-old kid, and he takes care of the grow operation basically. And so he opens the door in this Sasquatch, a juvenile goes running by him and they touch. They're in a 2-foot wide door. They brush up against each other. This kid's 21. He wets his pants. I mean, he's freaked. It's funny, but it ain't, And so this is the kind of stuff that my research is showing that these people are interacting, whether it's on purpose or not. They're interacting with them. They're watching them grow up, see them on their property, watching their daily life, farming, mowing the grass, watching the cat birth babies, everything. They're just watching their life go by. And they're in turn watching these Sasquatch. Now, they made a deal with them verbally. You quit taking our food. You can have this or this. You can't take all of it. This is how we make our money. This is how we feed our family. Don't do this, please. And it stopped. They take what they are given. Their favorite food was the tops of radishes and strawberries. Their favorite food. The latest favorite food from about 3 months ago was eggplant. The Sasquatch love any kind of food that is not found in the forest. Apples, bananas, peanut butter, candy, donuts. I love donuts. Don't we all? Look at some of the bellies. I got them. So, but they love the human food that they can't get in the forest, and that's their way of interacting. They give each other food, and they give each other things back and forth, and it's perfectly normal to them. They don't tell the neighbors. Don't know. Some neighbors know because they're going through the same stuff. But a lot of these people are interacting with Sasquatch on a daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly basis, depending on how much of it they can take. And it's an incredible thing to be able to watch and experience. And I get invited to go sit on the porches and interact. It's really interesting.
Man, that is such a huge part of this research that we're doing out here. I'm out in the field. I go way deep in the woods doing this, but it's not all about that type of research. It's not. We also need the armchair researchers, as we call it, people doing the digging through old files and things and old newspaper articles.
Yeah.
Exactly. We need that. We also need people who know about the situation of these Sasquatch, like what you're doing. And this is it's just a part of the missing links. The missing link. It you doing all this research, putting this all together is just a huge step forward, I think, for the research. I think we've actually run out of time. This has been, I could talk to you about this all day. And we've got a weekend, right? Yeah. We'll be here. But yeah, do you have any final thoughts or anything, or any words of advice for big figures out there?
Yeah. Well, as I listened to you say earlier, they know what guns are. They don't want you hunting irresponsibly, like killing a deer just to take the rack and leave the body laying there to rot. They want you to take care of the planet. They're very spiritual and social animals. They have children. They're raising their kids. They don't like the way we treat our fellow humans. Racism and the wars and all that. What we're doing to the planet. They're caretakers of the planet and our old lifestyle before we became what we are today as a human race, not individually. So that's all I can say. That's what I'm getting from all of these people. And they're walking away enlightened by what they're seeing with the Sasquatch people. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Well, thank you, Carter. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, there's so much to learn from the forest people and from the Bigfoots. And I learn something every day, y'all. What about you, Rob?
Yes, it's true. This is why I love doing this here because you get to meet the weirdos, man. You're right. Now, it's just the experiencers and the emotion that gets displayed through the stories is just awesome. You know what I mean? And I'm all in. I'm all in.
Oh yeah, yeah, I love it. Weirdos unite, y'all. Right?
Okay, and we're actually gonna keep it moving because I know there's a guest that we have to get up here on the stage. They're sitting right here, right in front of me. I won't say where, right here. Science Bob McGuire will be joining the show right about now. Yes, it's true. It is true. Science Bob, guys, get ready. How are you, Science Bob?
I'm doing well.
That's right.
Does this work? Yeah.
So, Science Bob, how was your trip in?
Long. Lala and I haven't slept in over 24 hours.
Oh man, that's how I was tripping in. We got to sleep last night after the little get together that we had, which is pretty awesome because I got to see not only meeting people for the first time, but I got to see them in their natural element. You know what I mean? So that was pretty awesome. Jax got to look. I will always bring that up, Jax. I will always bring that up. But yeah, so glad to have you and Lala here. And Lala was here. Great to have you guys here.
Oh man, we this is my fourth one of these in a row. I think 4 in a row. I think it's 4. Anyway, it's fun. The first one I came to, literally, it was so naive. I had no idea how into SOR the fans are. You're amazing.
Yes, give it up. Give it up.
You're amazing.
Really, truly. Yeah, and with that being said, I want to say something about that because when you do a show online, like when I'm doing my show, I'm in a studio I'm by myself. I don't get to see, feel the reaction from the audience and kind of suffer through the chat. So it's really awesome to be able to have these events where we can actually sit down and break bread with everybody because at the end of the day, you know what I mean? It's all about humanity. We're all human beings. None of us is more important than the other. And every conversation that we have, whether it's up here, down here, or in the chat, it's going to help move this thing forward. So I'm just glad to be a part of it and just want everybody here to know that you guys are just as important to what's going on and how we progress. So really appreciate you guys coming out.
Yeah, exactly. The fans are awesome for SOR.
Yeah, definitely. So I wanted to get into some stuff because I know we only have like 10 minutes here. Did you see what was going on with the Stephen Greenstreet interview, Basement Office? Did you get a chance to?
I watched for about 30 seconds, and after he played his games with Brandon Goodall, who opened his heart, opened Skinwalker Ranch, and treated him with respect and let him do whatever he wanted. After that, I've turned against Stephen Greenstreet. Now, he let Kirkpatrick get away without having to answer a single tough question.
Sorry, I have to say, I felt that way too. I have my girl, she's a witness, because I'm sitting there watching this in the first 20 minutes of the interview. I'm like, you know what? I need to go make a video as soon as I'm done watching this, because he interviewed Brandon Fugel, and Fugel told him that Kirkpatrick was in a meeting. I was like, he's not bringing it up. Why is he bringing it up? But I'll give credit, because what Greenstreet did was put it on the end of the interview.
Yes.
So that was beautiful.
That was a plus. And so now there's a lot of pressure on Brandon to release the video. I believe he is not allowed to release.
He released.
Oh, did he? Oh,
He released it.
That's even better.
He released the photos, and Kirkpatrick was sitting right there in the meeting, dude, straight up. And he released the video as well.
So in it, then the big question is, in it, did Kirkpatrick show interest in UAP?
So Greenstreet, and I don't have it on. Greenstreet said in his follow-up tweet, which is just today at some point, he said that the video shows Kirkpatrick sitting about 10 feet away from the PowerPoint presentation that showed what was going on with Skinwalker Ranch. And then they showed the PowerPoint presentation Stephen Greenstreet did as well. So my feeling behind this is that, and I've said this for the last year, since that Basement Office Fugel happened, I'm like, okay, well, it came out right around the NASA hearing, and Kirkpatrick sat right up there and said, no sign of extraterrestrials, never, it's just not happening. But I'm like, wait a minute.
No, he's being extremely careful and clever with language. We have no evidence of extraterrestrial life visiting Earth. And I agree with that. We don't know where these things come from unless the government and other people who are involved in it are hiding them from us. Marquis might know, but I don't know. Okay, so
right.
I have this. I'm going to go to Archie. Lala and I go into Archie later and show him all of our pictures and ask him what planet they're from.
Yeah. Look, here was the biggest takeaway for me, because in the skeptic community, in this conversation with skeptics, I'm totally open to them being involved, but they hang their hat on everything Kirkpatrick says is gold. And so I'm just glad that there is now a chink in the armor, because Kirkpatrick this entire time has said he's had no interest or involvement in UFOs prior to 2022, but we have video now and photos of him in a meeting in 2018. So
as he was leaving and going out the door, he let go of a narrative that trashed everybody who came in and talked to him. And everybody knows this narrative now, but I want to explain it to you. It's the narrative about Kona Blue. Kona Blue was Lakatsky and other people who had been involved in OSAP, ATIP, and worked at DIA, trying to find another government sponsor. So they went to DHS, who was new at the time, hungry for involvement at a high level and highly classified stuff for the government, and they got the chief scientist for DHS, Department of Homeland Security, all lathered up about doing this program. and they went and made presentations to the leadership of DHS. And someone got to them and they killed it. So all that Kona Blue ever was a meeting to listen to a proposal and a piece of paper. It never got a dime. Nobody ever worked for it. It never had an office. It never had an email address. It just never existed. And Kirkpatrick told multiple interviewees that all these goofy people who are big believers in government all got their crash retrieval stuff from Kona Blue. He knew it did not exist, and he tried to make out like all the people who were talking to others inside the Senate and the House about crash retrieval programs, reverse engineering, and non-human intelligence life forms. He tried to make out like they're all crazy fools, all bought into the circle, and they got everything they knew from Kona Blue, a thing that never existed. He's just a jerk, and I'm glad he's gone.
Science Bob unplugged, unhinged, unwrapped right here and live and direct. So yeah, I mean, my whole thing with it is that skeptics with their closed-minded approach, like I said, they like to vet David Grush and anyone who comes out on the ufology side. And I've said the whole time they should vet Kirkpatrick. How can you take his word at face value? What has he done for you to show you that he deserves to be taken at face value?
I want to correct something
so
people know that I am an ethical person. I've gone around and saying that Kirkpatrick may have gotten Title 10 and Title 50, but he did not have Atomic Energy Act clearances and several other of a dozen clearances in the government. And I was wrong. D. Dean Johnson, who is just a magnificent researcher that everyone should read, showed me the text where all the impediments to people talking to Arrow have been wiped out. They have legal capabilities talking to Arrow and nothing will happen to them. Now that's in the language of the NDAA. That does not mean that's actually true, but it is in the language. And I just think people didn't trust that Arrow was going to do anything. My feelings are that Arrow is an office with a shingle on the door waiting for clients who need legal help to come through the door and tell them something. They're not investigators. They help investigate anything. This needs an investigative arm with subpoena power who can refer to the Department of Justice people for charges.
Yeah, my view with these programs, it's just going to be another program with another name. It's going to waste X amount more time, and we're just going to continue doing this cycle for the next 50, 100 years. So it's really, I'm just happy that Kirkpatrick something has been shown that Kirkpatrick doesn't always tell the truth. Now it's about finding out why he doesn't tell the truth. What are the reasons that it's obvious to us.
So it's really important for us people to listen to the 28 video to see if he sounds like a believer, because that means if he was a believer then he went to that because he was a believer, he got into Arrow, changed his tune, became anti, that his master got to him.
Thank you. He was recruited. And if you look at Stephen Green's interview, you could tell that he is, he's trying to hide something. You can just tell that. He's just even keeled answers, but you can tell he's trying to hide his emotion. And I think that's the way that, he approaches lying. Truthfully, I mean, I think Kirkpatrick is a liar, and I've known that from the start.
So I worked for General Michael Hayden on special projects when he was director of NSA. And so I'm a big fan of Mike Hayden. He later became the director of Central Intelligence and etc. So anyway, and he put on a program at the Hayden Center center he has at George Mason University, but where they have really spectacular national security and foreign policy lectures. And he brought Kirkpatrick in. And Kirkpatrick was up there being spoon fed by a narrator, like clearly had worked out ahead of time. I was a little disappointed in that, but I was really happy that someone did not let Kirkpatrick walk out of the building without it being caught on camera, because 3 feet behind him was our favorite public affairs officer from DOD, Susan Goff.
The plot thickens. The plot thickens. There's a whole conspiracy there. I mean, there's enough proof right there to show that there's an offensive they're in as far as hiding the secret. And I think this interview really broke through that. So now it's now for us to chip away from that at this point. And I'm excited. Mr. Jim Goodall has stepped in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Jim Goodall. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah. So we'll be getting Jim on here in just a moment. But yeah, how is your feeling about Kirkpatrick now at this point? Like, what is your view about the Kirkpatrick situation with the new information?
Okay, so I don't understand how he's still doing work for the government since he has left government. You cannot work for the government for free. That is a crime. So I don't understand how this works unless they have him on a consultancy contract. But I don't think he can work for Oak Ridge and have a consultancy contract for DOD because of the way that DOE and national lab rooms work. I just don't understand how he's continuing to have his stinking nose poked into our business. I'm ready for him to fade into black.
I'm ready for him to fade as well, but I'm glad that they caught him because he tried to leave prematurely on his own volition. Had this come out first and he was still in the seat, it would be some big stuff going on right now. So he tried to leave prior to this information being verified with Green Street. I'm just so happy that it's been done because all the skeptics have hung their hats on every word that Kirkpatrick has said, and now it shows that he lies, man. With that being said, let's uncover what else he's lied about and get to the aliens and where the aliens are at.
I believe when he talked to the 2 senators in Congress, that if people go listen to the entire event, they will find several statements that are not truthful. And now you know why he was not under oath.
The plot thickens. The plot thickens. Ladies and gentlemen, Science Bob McGuire. Science Bob McGuire and Dave Scott. Come on up, buddy. You're up.
I hope everybody's having fun here.
Yes,
everybody
yes.
on the YouTube land is having fun as well. Who should we bring up next?
I'm not going to say any names because I want to bring all of them up.
I know we're going to bring them all up tonight.
So
all
you choose.
Lee Strauss, come on up here.
There you go.
Come on over here.
Right up, right here.
Mr. Scott.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic.
Yeah. Well, you can move this way so you can get into the camera a little bit more.
It's okay.
You're way more handsome.
Oh, that's not true.
So what's it like wearing a small T-shirt for an extra large body?
Now this is a large, so we're good here. If I went with the medium, I think we'd have a problem.
Lee is a gymaholic, so I like he's on that excellent shape. You're a dream, man. But one of the things you started working out just to feel better.
Yeah, I went through a horrible breakup, and I just wanted to feel better about myself. I had been to the gym earlier in life, and just wanted to get back to where I felt good about myself.
Right. Hey, Grant. Grant Baker is keeping things loud in here. It's always good. But for you, though, I mean, in this field here, you have to be in shape. You're climbing mountains to go find UFOs. You're backpacking a lot of camera and equipment and everything.
That's correct.
For somebody like me who's completely out of shape, why do you go to that extreme? Why do you get those hard to reach areas?
Well, like, let's say down in Mount Adams, I've climbed Mount Adams twice now, halfway a third time just to go up. Oh, I'm here. You hear me now? Good.
That was my fault.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, we're good. So for me, it's going to those places where people don't take cameras and don't do the research. I think the potential that you might find something just amazing in those locations is higher. You know what I mean? So you get two backpacks on, you're carrying one in the front, you're carrying one in the back, like my buddy Andrew does. We hike out to places like Necklace Lakes. It's like 15-mile hike to do research. So it's amazing.
Is it because of the chance of contamination from other people and the noise, the ruckus, ATVs, people hiking, making noise, people, campers? Is that the reason why you kind of go into these less involved areas?
Well, we do that because, yes, there are people in the more congested areas where you can drive a car and that sort of thing, but we do go to those places too. I think it's important that we hit as much as we can and investigate as many areas that we can. Mountaintops, like we were saying in Mount Adams, that's just one place where we've had many, many experiences up on top of the mountain and also down below in Trout Lake.
You're one of the crossover people. You're just becoming a crossover person.
Mm-hmm.
Where when I first met you and got to know you a number of years ago, you were working for UFOI team in Washington State.
Yep.
That team kind of disbanded, and you kind of continued the research on your own because of your own experiences.
Right.
And the more you went into the wilderness, the more you started having strange things happen, and it's kind of brought you now into the cryptid world as well.
Yeah, the cryptid thing, I've always been in the woods, Dave. When I grew up in the woods with my mom and my dad, backpacking, fishing, camping, all of that sort of thing. So my cryptid stuff started happening when I was about 23, actually. It was my first cryptid experience. And that stuff was probably the most terrifying stuff for me. More terrifying than the UFO stuff. Well, I was camping in a place called 8 Mile Creek up by Winthrop, Washington. And we were camping one night. The moon was out. You could kind of see the silhouettes of the trees. And all of a sudden, you hear this thud, 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 thud. And we could see a shadow of something moving towards the tent. We were terrified, absolutely freaking terrified. And of course, I was packing a gun at the time. And so I pulled that out. And you could hear this thing breathing. These big, massive breaths and sniffing the air. You could just hear that. And you could tell that it was a massive creature. And the shadow on the tent was just terrifying. It was the freakiest thing I've ever had happen. My heart was in my throat.
Well, you're stuck.
Yeah.
You're in a tent.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go anywhere.
Right.
You are at the mercy of whatever happens. Because even if you have to say do the worst case scenario and pull the trigger,
yeah,
you have no way out.
Yeah, that's it. We didn't know if there was two or why they were there, or if they're going to go through our food because we had the coolers out and all that stuff, but they didn't go through the food. Walked through the camp, sniffing the air, kind of came by the tent,
and you see, that's how you know it's not a bear,
right?
Because the bear would be there; it would have been ripping through your food.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and for a lot of our people, they're not wilderness people who listen.
Right.
They are city folks. They're suburbia type people. Not that there's anything wrong, but when you're in the wilderness, you have to know how animals act.
Yeah.
And that, when I moved up to where I live now, I was one of those suburbia guys, right? Where, hey, if we were driving down a logging road, geocaching or whatever, and we saw a bear, it would be, oh, look, there's a bear. But when you move into those areas or you start doing camping or fishing in the wilderness, you have to learn what they do and how they live. So that's the first thing I just caught up right there, where your food was on the outside of the cooler. That would have been torn apart by a bear.
Absolutely would have been. Yep. I totally agree. And since then, Dave, I've had a couple more what I would describe as big, situations, incidents as well. But so we've gone back to that to look for that kind of thing again. And the thing I keep thinking about, and I'm hearing from so many people, is the fact that if you go out there and search for Bigfoot, you're probably not going to find him. But if you're just out there doing your own thing, the odds are higher.
I think it has to do with the curiosity of the creature. You know, when I am out there in our Sasquatch area, you know, you see them and not shooting down other researchers or anything like that, because everybody has their own style that works for them. But the one thing that I've learned about this creature, just in the dozens of interviews, hundreds of interviews that I've done with different people, you don't need to be chasing down a deer trail. You don't need to go 68 miles into the forest to try and find them. They're there. You just have to pick up on the signal and give them a reason to use their own curiosity. They're like house kids. Curiosity brings them out. And that's what we've noticed in our areas. Like when you find the area that has the clues, then all of a sudden you don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to walk the trails. You don't have to. I mean, if you want, look for other evidence, maybe footprints or broken trees or structures or whatever, you totally can. And I would agree with that. But for the most part, all you got to do is sit there.
That is correct. You know, when we get to a location, Dave, the first thing we do is we scour the area around where we're at, maybe like a half-mile perimeter, just to see what's out there. You know, different signs that there could be in the area. So we do that, and then we start getting our field gear all put together, and we start having a good old time. And you know, listening to some music and doing different things and hanging out and having a good time because we want them to come in to us.
And a couple things that I've learned from people over the years is music and laughter work. They're two of the biggest things that you can do. And if you young children, like for instance, with my son, when I bring him up, you know, he's playing around in the dirt, he's throwing rocks, he's doing whatever, making some growling noises, laughing and everything. They seem to be attracted to the younger voices. Like they're very curious. What is this little young human doing?
Right.
You know, so I think you're doing that the right way, man. And I think you're going to get a lot more success with that.
Yeah, I mean, we tried putting out, you know, like the last trip we went on, we had, you know, 6 trail cameras out and didn't catch a darn thing on 6 trail cameras, which I can't understand. We brought a big fence and ladder, put 25 feet in the air, and canvassed this area. Obviously, the apples were taken, and the different other vegetables that we had put out were taken, but nothing on the cameras whatsoever.
And you had a deer or a bear?
Yep.
What has showed up?
We caught deer. We caught all kinds of critters. So mice and birds. And
in your research, have you been able to tie together the UFO side to the cryptid side?
I have not yet. You know, the phenomenon, Dave, I think it comes with a person. A person is born with certain innate abilities, right? And I think those abilities that may start from you as being a child and you start experiencing ghost phenomena. And then you might go out in the woods and you may experience Bigfoot phenomena and then possibly alien phenomenon as well. However, I think those people that have those innate abilities, things tend to search them out in a way. So I definitely think there's some sort of a magnet going on.
When you're out there, are you seeing any orbs? Are you seeing flashes of light in the trees? Because one thing that and once again, I'm not a researcher, I'm an enthusiast. But in one of our Sasquatch areas that we have, it seems to warm up the weeks going. So we may go there, get absolutely nothing. We go there the week later, that's when all these orbs start ripping through the trees. The week later, we may get some heavy footsteps combined with the orbs. Like it almost seems to be a build-up pattern. Have you noticed that?
Yes, in the areas that we've gone to again and again, like Baker Lake, as far as the phenomena with UFOs, we seem to get more activity as we go because it seems like they're nowhere in the area, whatever the case may be. But as far as orbs go, I haven't seen them with my naked eye out in the field. Now at home, I have seen things with my naked eye, but in the field, I haven't. Other people have taken video of Andrew and myself up by the truck and 3 orange orbs above us. We didn't see the orange orbs, but the video's there. It was taken. So.
And the one thing that I love about this on the West Coast when it comes to the orbs. There's always this big argument about orbs.
Mhm.
Is it dust particles? Is it raindrops? Is it snowflakes? Whatever it may be. Is it bugs, mosquitoes, whatever? But the one thing about the West Coast that, and you'll know this when I say this, we don't have lightning bugs.
That's correct.
On the West Coast. So when you see a flash of light, that's not a lightning bug.
Right.
That is all of a sudden lighting up, as a
Mhm.
defense mechanism, and it makes it easier for us.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can't tell you how many times people commented, "Well, I think that was a lightning bug," or whatever the case may be. It's like, "Well, I live in Washington State. There's nothing like that here. Nothing at all." So it can't be that.
Right. Are you having fun this weekend?
I am having a flippin' blast, man. I can't tell you how welcoming you've been.
Thank you.
For myself and everybody else that's been here. It's like this is your family. And you treat us like family, and it's awesome.
Well, I appreciate you coming because you and I have known each other for a number of years. I was searching Facebook one day, and I'm like, I've never had Lee on. Why have I not had Lee on? Because you and I always got along really well.
Absolutely.
And so all of a sudden, when I mentioned to you about the party, you're like, I'm in.
Yeah.
Like it was just like not a question about it. I'm in. Well, looking here, getting to talk with our listeners and other special guests that are here, how have you enjoyed the experience compared to say different conferences or the interaction for people who may not have been here before?
Well, I'll tell you, I've been to conferences, I've presented at conferences, and I've been doing that for a number of years. But I'll tell you what, this group of people that's here with you, it's a lot more like family, and people are just so much more welcoming here. And I don't get the feeling that people here have a hard time with anybody else. It's because you get that clickiness, you know what I mean? But I don't feel that clickiness in this environment, which is really awesome.
I'm so glad you made it there. I really do, and I can't wait to get you back on the air with Space Out Radio. And it's pretty awesome that you're here. So thank you, Lee, for coming on in.
No, I appreciate it, Dave. Thank you very much.
Really enjoy it. Thanks, Lee. Lee Strauss, everybody. Now, Jessica, do you want to come up here? Do you want to have a turn? Well, I think we should, let's see. Let's talk Les Velez. Because Les Velez has this amazing shirt on that needs some serious camera time. And, yeah, I'll move. I'll move. Yeah. I am totally electric. Yeah. Now, Les Velez is like a legend in this field. Now, look at the shirt, everybody. Look at the shirt he has on. It's beautiful. Beautiful. It's one of the heads of Opus, and he can talk about anything from ghosts to UFOs to even, I don't know, psychic ability and how to create a real nice tight beard. Oh, here you go, Les.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here. Hello. How are you?
I'm good. You interviewed me today.
Okay, fine. By the way.
All right. Oh, we both have microphones.
Look out. This is dangerous.
This is so fancy.
Very dangerous.
I get this. Okay, so I got to meet you last year.
Right.
At this event. Man, I just love hanging out with you. You have so much knowledge of so many different fields. And I think so in your book, I love your book, by the way, you're talking about support groups for people who've experienced the paranormal.
Right.
And that's a real thing because I, myself, with all the people that I interview and all the shows that I go on my shows, we are like a support group for each other.
Oh, absolutely.
We are. And there are not a lot of people have anywhere to go or people to talk to about these things. And I think that you cover that really well, everything that you do. Tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. Well, for me, and this seems to be a common factor when people have experiences, it usually happens when they're young. Mine happened when I was 11 years old. I was living in Connecticut, and I was coming into the house in this late October evening, and all of a sudden I looked to the right, and here's this object, ovalish, self-emanating light coming out of this thing, not making any sound, but slowly moving over the tree line. and it scared the hell out of me. And so I ran into the house to get my father to come out. And by the time he came out, it was gone. And he said, well, it's probably just a beacon of light reflected off a cloud. And I didn't buy that. And I went to the library and started to read books on UFOs. So I really got into it. And then adolescence came about and girls became a little bit more interesting. And I kind of forgot about it. And long story short, went to college, went to service, um, eventually got married, and moved out to California in 1985. And I picked up the San Jose Mercury News, as it was called back then. And Stanton Friedman, this nuclear physicist, was coming to San Jose City College to talk about UFOs and government cover-up. Well, that was somebody threw a switch, and I got to go see this guy. So I did, and I expected to see a handful of people, but the auditorium was packed. There must have been like 300 people listening to this guy give this incredible presentation, with documentation about all the redacted material that he was able to uncover. And it was fascinating. So I was really excited. And on my way out of the presentation, there was a table set up by MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network. And I stopped and I started talking to the gentleman, and they have a monthly journal that they talk about the cases that they get involved with. So I decided, okay, to get this journal. And I did that for a while. And then that wasn't enough. And I found out that they have a field investigative training course. So I decided, okay, I'm going to do that. And that's when things got very interesting, because the cases that I got involved with, people were not only saying that they were seeing objects, but they were having contact with non-human intelligences. And the first case, I was rather skeptical. And but then the second case and the third case. And it all seemed to be a very distinct pattern that these people would see something, they might have missing time, and then they have this contact would go on. And so one day, one of the experiencers said to me, he said, do you know of other people having similar experiences? I said, yes, I do. And the next thing I know, I'm facilitating a support group in my office in San Jose. And that's when I started to hear incredible stories by these people. And it just really presented a need for some type of an organization. And I had a doctor friend of mine, Dr. Eugene Lipson, who's unfortunately passed away. And we got involved with a particular case, and we came away from the case and said, how can we possibly help people having these types of experiences? So we saw this one person, and we went into her home, and as we walked in, I saw this picture on the wall, and it was her standing on the back of a rather large vessel and beautiful crystal clear blue water. And I asked her, where is this? She said, oh, it's in the Caribbean. I said, what were you doing down there? And she says, I was helping these treasure hunters. And I said, well, how are you helping the treasure hunters? She said, I was in contact with the captain of the galleon that had gone down. So that started the afternoon off. And what we found out after near-death experience that she had, she became very psychic. And so these abilities started to really, come up, time and time again, talking with various entities. And the one thing she wanted to know was, how could we help her analyze the brain when she was in contact with these entities? So when we came away, my friend and I, we said, we need to set up an organization. And in 1994, we officially became a 501c nonprofit organization called OPUS, the Organization for Paranormal Understanding and Support. And so what we have set up, we have a confidential online support group, which is international. We have almost 400 people that are constantly 24/7 talking about their experiences, which are happening quite frequently, and asking questions. And it seems to be probably one of the things that helps people the most that are having experiences, knowing that they're not alone, that other people are having similar experiences. Then we also have a referral network of mental health practitioners and hypnotherapists for people that we have vetted. And this is also a really big help for these people because a lot of times they would like to dig in a little bit further about what happened during that missing time episode that they might have had. And it goes on and on from there. And then the latest thing we've set up is what we call our ESP, the Experiencer Support Team. And these are people that basically do triage with these people. When they come to us, they talk to them and find out exactly what it is that they are looking for. And so this is, as I said, since 1994, over 30 years now, we've been doing this. And we've also done research. In 2007, actually MUFON funded a research project where we took 71 people that claimed that they had experience with non-human intelligence, 51 people as a control group. And we subjected them to 13 psychological instruments. And what we found was that these people, none of them had a psychopathology. They were not crazy. They were not fantasy prone, which a lot of debunkers talk about the fact that these people are fantasy prone. We found out that their worldview after these experiences changed dramatically. They were told that we be better stewards of the planet. We need to be more loving. We need to be more compassionate. I mean, a lot of positive types of things that came back. We also found out that there was a difference between the experiencer group and the control group in the temporal lobe activity, which is interesting. More research needs to be done by that. We've also done more recent research project where we went out to therapists and got their feedback is what their experiences were. And all these reports, the research papers are on our website. It's opusnetwork.org. And you can go into the articles and documents section and see those research papers. And in the process of doing the second phase of this last study, which is where we're going out to now the clients of these therapists to get their feedback. So hopefully we'll have a bigger picture.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. You know, in all of my years of research, and all of my years now, I've had a couple of years now, 2 or 3 years of interviewing people from all over the world, all over the country, and I get requests sometimes because I do this thing called remote viewing, and one thing that really stands out to me when I'm interviewing people is how we're talking about being traumatized by the paranormal and doing the research or even abductions or it's actually the number one thing is missing time. I think that I get all the people I interview. I think that people are more traumatized. I speak to about the missing time episodes we have because they don't know what happens. And I think that's something that even myself, I've experienced missing time out in the field. Everybody on my team has just found, and I can't gotta say like I don't think I've even been ready to do any kind of regressive therapy, or whatever, because I don't know if I'm ready for answers as to what happened.
That's a good point because one of the things that we counsel people on, are you sure you really want to find out more? Because once that toothpaste is out of the tube, you can't put it back in, and it may be something more disturbing that you're going to find out. So we want them to be very sure that they want to go further and analyze what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I was actually asked a reviewing target at the time of a fellow researcher, and he wanted me to come on air because he has a podcast, and he asked me to go on air and reveal the data there. And I called him after I had done this target. I found out what it was. I called him and I said, "Are you sure? I don't think you want to do this publicly because it's going to be very traumatic and this is going to affect." And so he agreed to talk about it, and I was like, "We need to make this public." And so you're ready. It's not. This is not something that first of all should be, entertainment for people.
Yeah, and this is one thing for experience have. It's something that's very difficult to talk about. There's a lot of stigma attached to it, unfortunately. Matter of fact, that's why we call things UAPs now instead of UFO, because UFO has this little aluminum hat thing going on.
I still see UFO.
Yeah, exactly. But so there's a lot of stigma attached to it, unfortunately, and that's a problem. I mean, people can't talk to their spouses, they can't talk to their clergy, they can't talk to their fellow workers. So it becomes really, they talk to them. Where do they go? A lot of they think they're going crazy, of course, and then they go to a psychologist or psychiatrist and find out, no, you're not crazy. So then what? What do you do then?
You turn into spacedoutradio, cryptid hunter channels. That's what you do, right?
There you go. Okay.
Everybody's doing a little bit. Everybody's got channels here. Yeah. Because we are like just a support group, and because we understand what people have experienced, so we know what they've gone through because we've gone through that same stuff. And really for years, I mean, I've never really known a support group other than going and joining other people who have experienced that, other than yourself.
Right. Well, actually, MUFON now has a group called the ERT, the Experiencer Resource Team, which does a lot of the same things. Matter of fact, we share information as far as therapists that we're working with and hypnotherapists that we're working with. So we try to work, which is good because a lot of times there's so much ego involved in this world, and people have hesitate to work with other people, unfortunately, and that's what we need to do. We need to work together, talk about that all these paranormal experiences are connected in some way, shape, or form. Whether you're talking about gas, ghosts, whether you're talking about aliens, interdimensionals, extraterrestrials, time travelers, you name it. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's all connected. I
Very
always
much.
say that. I've said
I
that
think
from
so.
the beginning. Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, and it's all in everything when people experience things, especially when people are not looking for these experiences and they happen upon a cryptid of some sort, or they happen upon ET, or feel like they've had an abduction experience or any kind of contact, it's extremely traumatizing to people. Some people can't get over it.
And that's one of the things that comes up oftentimes. Are these things good things? Are they bad things? It's a combination. Just like here on Earth, we have good people, we have bad people. The same thing is going on wherever you might think it might be, whether it's interdimensional in nature, which seems to be the big talk of these days. But one of the facts that came out with our research with the therapist was that number one thing that they ran into was the grays. Okay, that was the number one. Second thing was orbs that people talked about. Third thing was interdimensionals, and the fourth thing was ghosts.
I've experienced all of those. I mean, I really am.
Yeah,
I really am.
So again, it's really interconnected, and I my own personal feeling is that it can be all the above. Whether it's extraterrestrial, because the physics that they may understand is way beyond what we have or understand. If they're interdimensional, that's a whole nother ballgame. How does that work? And then time travel. The Rendlesham Forest case was they talked about time travel is going back 40,000 years in the future.
That's my favorite. Okay, all these topics are my favorite topics, y'all. Y'all hear, like, that's my favorite topic. Okay, well, all these topics are my favorite, and I'm not kidding. Time travel is one of my favorite. I actually, one night when I was walking into the field, and I'm not saying I'm a time traveler, y'all. I don't, maybe we all are. But I was walking into the field, this basically research called the Meadow, and I was walking past, we have some running water along the hike in there. And as we're walking, I was with two people, and I heard from across the creek, and there's nothing over there. There's just all woods and swamp kind of area. I heard a woman's voice saying, "Time travel," really loud. And the two people with me didn't hear it, but I heard it. And I heard the echo of it. I heard every bit of that. And I stopped and I said, "Did y'all just hear that?" And it took me about a couple of weeks at least to realize that was my voice.
Oh wow! Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it was my voice.
Wow.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, like Bigfoots can mimic your voice. You know what I mean? But why would a Bigfoot be saying time travel to me too? I don't know. We live in a weird world. Okay.
One of the things that is triggered something. One of the support group meetings I was involved with in my office, a person said, "I've seen you before." "Oh, where? Do you have a preference?" No. aboard the craft. I said, really? Okay. And I kind of blew it off. And then it was like a year and a half later that a totally different person in the group said the same thing. I've seen you before. I said, where? You go, no, I saw you on board the craft. You were sitting on this bench naked and you were freaking out. And he told me to go over to you to calm you down. And I said, okay, I'm going to regress. And so I had 3 separate regressions, and I had multiple past lives. I did not find anything regarding being on board a craft. However, into that, another person I was talking to said, well, perhaps this abduction happened in a previous lifetime that somehow this person tapped into. And this is the thing that can manipulate space and time, these entities. And so anything is possible. It's like magic. It's absolutely like magic. And so it's a reality we don't understand. And one of the latest theories, and you probably all think I'm crazy on this theory, is the fact I believe we've all had an experience, whether we consciously remember it or not. That's
Oh yeah, we've had some of us have had more than others. Okay, obviously some of us have. But yeah, I just hope that one day I do in the future get my hands on some travel technology.
Oh
And I do go back
Yeah,
to
let me know.
that spot at the meadow and I yell at myself. Okay,
Yeah.
it's already in the ethers. Okay, I think that's what's gonna happen.
Well, great. And by the way, I did write a book a couple of years ago now. It's called The Unknown Other and the Existential Proposition of Alien Contact, which is on Amazon. I've got a couple of books here. I can bring them back later on or something. But it basically covers a lot of what I talked about already tonight, in the physical and the psychological aspects of a person having these types of experience, and the kind of help that they can get. And a lot of this has to do again with consciousness, which is that big C word that gets tossed around a lot. So anyway,
Yeah, I mean, I look at balls of like orbs, and to me, sometimes I just feel like these are just balls of consciousness. Okay, it's like consciousness in a good form. Yes, that's the way I look at it. It depends on what kind of orb it is.
well, I was in Sedona one time with Tom Dongo, and he said, "You got to see this lady. She's got the most incredible orb pictures." So we got hooked up later that night, and we were sitting on the back of her porch and overlooking this little canyon. And she had these feelings that come upon her where she would feel that it was time to take a picture. And when she developed a picture, sure enough, it was an orb there. And I was sitting, as I said, on the back of this porch, and it had a light sort of on the corner of the house. She held her camera on the corner of the house and started clicking one after the next. And literally, there was a red orb with a yellow cap on it. And every frame, the little cap would move. So it was actually moving. So I showed that picture to a number of people, and they said, well, it's lens flare, it's all kinds of different things. But based on the rest of the photograph that she had taken, one of them just blew my mind. You could see a gray alien looking out of the orb, okay, and behind her was another one looking in a different direction, and then the third one looking at another.
Okay, I can back up a story that not a story. It's something I've seen firsthand. A video that I saw firsthand of my friend this video came from a person who was moved on, who's passed on now. But she had given this video to my friend, and he just went public with it finally at a conference at the Georgia Bigfoot conference. Actually, shout out to Matthew Bill. Okay, and I've been asking him for years to release this video publicly because it's a video of a CCTV camera in someone's backyard, and it's an orb that shoots past the camera and lands in the person's backyard, and it turns into a gray alien, and it runs around, and then it turns back into an orb and it shoots past the camera again. Okay, So he's not gonna release this. He promised his friend he would not release it online and stuff, but he does show it to the public now.
Oh.
And it's something I'd love for you to look at that.
Yeah, I'd love to see
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I think it's important for us to start showing these things and sharing our information as researchers, and like I said, I'm giving Matt full credit. He held on to this for a long time, and he promised this person that he would not ever release it because he was worried. I think he was worried for his safety, really.
I can imagine
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, we have about a minute left.
All right.
This went by so fast.
By the way, I do have some short little brochures in the back that discusses opus. So if anybody's interested, you can please take those with you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being here.
Well, thank you very much.
Any final thoughts?
Final thought.
Or you words of wisdom?
Yeah, just keep looking up.
Yeah. Oh, I always do. I know this crowd does. We all do.
It's great being here. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for being here, Les. Okay. All right. We got Ron coming back up here.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you. Okay, we're getting towards the end of our presentation here, and we still have a few people we need to bring up. So let me see. I would love nothing more to have Jim Goodall come up here and stay on the stage. He's a legend. He's a legend. Yes. Yes, sir. Mr. Jim Goodall in the building. Love it. How are you?
I'm a little bit fried. I've been driving all day. From my house to here is 860 miles. But I made it to Vegas last night, and I spent the evening with a random guy, and we were out talking until probably about midnight, and then I couldn't fall asleep. I was still wide awake at 4 o'clock. I think I got about 3 hours sleep, and then coming up here from Tonopah for about 100 miles, they have the road groove, and all it is roar. You can't hear it. You can't talk to the telephone or listen to the radio. But, for a spaced out radio, I'll do it. I did it. So
That's right. Keep it up. Keep it up. Did you keep it under the reasonable speed limit? I mean, what were we doing?
I hit 100, about 120 twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't do 185, but not with me in it.
So I would love to, because I know we talked previous shows, and you promised that you would take Dave Scott out on and do 185 on a closed track, and you promised me too. So I kind of want to hold you to it now that we're here in Reno, Mr. Jim Goodall.
I did it. I've done 145 in that thing. This is on a 2-lane road in central Kansas. It was early May of 2020, and the only thing on the road were trucks. I got behind about 35 to 40 semis were doing 55 miles an hour, which is against my religion. And I was on U.S. Highway 54 going from Tucumcari to Wichita. And I behind these trucks, and they pull out, and you can see the curvature of the earth. I mean, it's tabletop flat out there. So I pulled out and just hammered it. And as I'm going by, guys are honking the horn, hands are out, give me a thumbs up, flashing the lights. And when I passed the truck, it was going up above 142, 143. So I think when I let off, it was probably very close to 145. And he'll do 40 miles an hour more than that, but not with me. I mean, I've seen what happens when you hit a deer at 50. I can't imagine a cow at 180. There wouldn't be anything left. But I'm delighted to be here. Dave Scott is one of my favorite people. I see a lot of familiar faces from Pat. Yeah, there's that somebody over there. And I had last when I got to Las Vegas yesterday, I went and spent I spent the evening with random guy. My kid was buzzing so much I couldn't sleep. And I said, well, I'll get up here real fast and I'll go take a nap. But I got coordinated here. And if I don't make sense, it's because I'm really groggy.
No, so good. So you kicked it with random guy yesterday. Shout out to random guys out there, man.
Yeah.
Shout out.
He said to say hello to everybody.
Okay. Next year, random guy. Next year, baby. You're on the list.
Yeah. And I just had a big disappointment. I've been scheduled to go spend 3 days with Bob Lazar, and I just got an email from him. His wife got injured, so really, really bad, and she was in the hospital. And she just got her home, and she said she needs bed rest. I don't know if she probably fell off her horse, one of her horses. It's the only thing I can think of. And I'll call Bob later on tonight. So that was, but the most important thing, I'm here. Bob will see you another time. And
yeah, so good. So what I want to do is just such a legend. It's just like let everybody here. I say, or Keith, everybody we talk about. I am one that wants to make sure that the audience is engaged and involved. So is there anything right now you have a chance to ask Jim Goodall, the legend, any question in the world? Is there anything that you guys might want to ask? I can talk to him anytime, but is there anything you may want to ask him tonight?
everybody has their.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
We have a taker. We have a taker.
He's going to show us something. Oh, good.
There was a CIA report that alleged that many of the UFO sightings were V2s and SR-71s. What percentage of the modern sightings, say from 1960 to 1970, would you estimate were SR-71s or something like that?
I was one of the first persons photographed in 1917 when they admitted the existence of them. And when you first look at it, if you look at it straight on, it's a flying saucer. And as I saw it, the sun was going down, the light was shifting, and it's a faceted airframe. And it looked like it's changing shape. I know now, because I've sat in one, that they don't change shape. But the other thing, when I was talking with Random guy last night, he's not going to divulge anything that hasn't already been made public. But what he did say, that probably 96%, even up to 98% of what you see that you can't identify, whether it's a triangle or tic-tac, it's man-made. He said there's less than 2 to 4% of all sightings from day one. But that doesn't explain the stuff that's in pyramids and that's on petroglyphs of flying saucer discs, aliens with big heads and big eyes.
I'm glad that you pointed that out because I always wanted to push back on Random Guy. When he made that statement saying that most of this stuff is our stuff, I don't see that because I know with what I saw, it was for what it did. It shouldn't, I don't think there's, and I could be proven wrong, but I don't think that there's anything man-made that could disappear in the air. Now they talk open technologies and things like now that may be a thing, but bring it to the table first, then I'll change my mind. But I don't know. What do you think about that, Jim?
A lot of you know that Ben Rich, the former, late president of Lockheed Skunk Works, and Kelly Johnson's replacement at the Skunk Works. He 10 days before he died, I called him up. He was at USC Medical Center and he was dying from esophageal cancer. And we were talking about friends, primarily John Anderson investors. He came out with the Bob Lazar sports model. And it's to quote Ben Rich, and this was 1995. So we're looking at almost 30 years ago. He said, Jim, we have things out in the desert. And he wasn't referring to Area 51. He said, we have things out in the desert that's 50 years beyond what you can comprehend, and I can comprehend a hell of a lot. And if you see movies like Star Trek and Star Wars, we've been there, done that, but decided it wasn't worth the effort. And in 1993, when he was a keynote speaker at the Graduate School of Aeronautics at UCLA, in his prepared text, he stated that we have the ability to take T home. Now think of that statement. I don't care where T is from. We have that ability 30 years ago to take ET home. I'm a technology guy. I'm a hardware guy. My favorite airplane. Anybody knows me, it's the Blackbird. Sorry, I have a black car that goes fast. But that airplane, when they announced the existence of the A-12, which is the CIA version of the Blackbird, it had been retired for 20 years. I knew about it, back in the very late 70s, when it was still still a possibility that the CIA could fly when they retired in 67. There's so much stuff out there that has come and gone that is 30, 40 years old that we're just hearing about today. Nothing you see in the news, nothing you see when the Air Force and the Navy or someone comes out with this incredible new system, a new product or whatever it is. It's probably 30 or 40 years old technology.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I'm sure we got something in the closet, but I know, like, what I saw, it would be shocking to me if it turned out to be government tech. It could be. That's the whole thing about being in this field. Should always have an open-minded approach. So, today I feel like it's this. If evidence comes forward tomorrow that shows it's not that, then I'll categorize that over there. But we have a couple minutes left, Jim. I wanted to ask you a question. We have one from the chat. T-Bone is out there asking. Oh no, it was the T-Bone. It was someone right before him.
Porterhouse.
Right, there you go. I had it tagged, and I know. Okay, which plane does Jim like better, the SR-71 or the U-2?
Well, both Kelly Johnson and Ben Ritt said the most incredible airplane ever to come out of the Skunk Works was the U-2 because of what it did. We were able to spy on our arch enemy, the former Soviet Union, until Powers got shot down. And I had a discussion with Powers' roommate that actually went to Germany to retrieve him when he was traded for the Soviet spy. And that airplane was the airplane that Powers was supposed to fly on May 1st. There's something that had malfunctioned on the high altitude restart system. So normally, if they cancel an airplane because of maintenance issues, the pilot goes with the airplane. And Powers said, "No, I've gone through everything. I know where I'm going to be flying." The other John was just the backup pilot of the backup airplane. So he got in the backup airplane, and what had happened, he had a flame out at altitude. We're looking at 65 to 70,000 feet. That's about where the U-2A flies at. And normally, there was a gaseous hydrogen system on the airplane that would help assist in relighting the engine. It wouldn't work. So he dropped down to about 35,000 feet to do the restart where the air is dense enough. And on his way up, he was on about a 40-degree angle of attack, heading back to altitude. So his elevators are up. A SAM blew up behind him. Just the overpressure blew the control surfaces off, and he lost control of the airplane. And he knew he had to eject, and the airplane, one wing broke off. So this thing is just pinwheeling down. He unlatches his harness. He opens the canopy. It's a side opening canopy. He was thrown out, but he's still attached to this oxygen line and comm line. he had to pull himself back into the U2, disconnected, and then let go. And he said the most terrifying part of the entire, not getting shot down, not being stuck in the airplane, is when he landed in a field, some old farmer about ran him through with a pitchfork because he thought he was an alien. Not the kind that come over the border, but the kind that come down from the sky.
Wow.
And it's literally scared the heck out of him. So he spent 15 months in Soviet prison. I can't imagine. And there's some people say that he crashed he ran out of fuel in a helicopter. This was for one of the TV stations, not a news report, but he was a helicopter pilot for the news person. And they said that the helicopter crashed and he was killed. And some people said that he was taken out. That's what a number of people, and John felt the same way. And I should remember John's last name, but I don't. After 79 years,
Yes, exactly. Don't you worry about that, Jim. Don't you worry about that at all. Jim is a legend, and everyone here will have the opportunity to grab Jim and get some of these awesome stories that he has. I do have one last question before we turn this over. Jim, I heard you had a mean two-step. Are you hitting the dance floor tonight?
Well, I brought my dance shoes. So
He brought his dance shoes.
So I like everything
Keira.
from 50s doo-wop to funk to top 40 country and west. I like it all. I don't like rap. Some of it's okay. And I don't like heavy metal. Everything else from classical to funk.
Well, we had a jam last night. Like I said, once again, Jack's Harmon over there was tearing the floor up, so I'm sure you'll have a great dancing partner right there. Jim Goodall, thank you so much for coming on today. We appreciate you. So glad to meet this guy.
I thank you.
All right. So David Scott would have been up here. So I'm just gonna take the onus and bring on the next guest, which should be maybe Melinda Leslie if she's ready. Okay, a couple more minutes. Got it. Jack Harmon, come on up to the stage. Jack Harmon.
I just want you guys to all know you're weird. I'm here for the donuts, the holy water, and the bust a move.
And bust a move, which she definitely did last night. So looking forward to more of that. So how you been, Jack? How was your trip up?
My trip here was great. I had a great time coming. I slept on the plane, so I missed all the turbulence, which is amazing for me.
Yeah.
Flying in is not fun coming into Reno.
Definitely. And Jack, as you know, there's an hour 3 on after hours on Sundays. So she's done her second show, and it's been awesome, Jack. I just want to let you know that and totally appreciate what they're bringing to the show. And we're going to have a lot of awesome stuff to do going forward. Do you have give us something funny? I mean, what give us a funny tale?
A funny tale. Okay, let's see. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, we can talk about last night.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. So we're all hanging out downstairs. Okay. Okay. And so my girlfriend Anya and I decided to go up to the room and throw our PJs on. So I've got the Bigfoot, the Yeti PJs, and we come down to the bar and decide to dance. So I'm pretty sure that was like a Jack's dance floor because it was pretty much just me.
Oh.
I was trying to get everybody up there, but
I mean,
so anybody here wants to dance.
Yeah, she definitely cuts the rug. Yeah.
God,
And I may have a video of it. She's talking off the search through. I'm pretty sure I do. Let's see. Let me pick one.
Well, while you're looking for that, I'm loving being a part of the S.O.R family. Like I'm one of the newest people here, so yeah, I'm loving that.
Give it up. Here we go. Oh, this is a nice one. You guys out there, I mean, I don't know how you can see it, but here
You'll
we
have
go.
to see it later.
For copyright purposes, let me go and turn this down a little bit. That is Jack tearing up the floor last night. It was awesome, guys. You got see for you at home. That's why you got to be here in person because you miss stuff like that, right?
You're missing out, guys.
But I got it all on film, so don't worry. We may rewatch this on the after hours when we come back home. So
The whole time I thought you were just working on the website.
so who are you most excited to meet? That's a lot of people.
I'm excited to meet everybody.
Yeah,
I've
me
already
too.
gone around and introduced myself to everybody, and I'm having a great time.
Yeah,
It's been a laugh.
I am totally like blown away. I mean, Jim obviously is
Yeah.
that's my guy right there. Melinda, who we'll have up here in a minute, just love Melinda to death
I know.
over there,
Melinda and I
man.
were hanging out last night.
Yeah,
I think I might have
Melinda.
scared her a little bit, but
So she was hanging in. She was hanging. If you saw the video, she was in. She was hanging in. So pretty awesome thing, but it's gonna be. Oh, here we go.
everybody slept.
So
It's on.
yeah. Mario's a great guy to hang out with. I'm pretty wait. So we have all the new people now who have arrived today. It's gonna be awesome to be able to hang out with those guys. And my trip up here was uneventful. Drove up from Bakersfield, stayed over in Sacramento for the night, and came up here the next day. So it was pretty uneventful. But yeah, I get here, like I told the story earlier, the first guy, I'm not dressed properly. I have all my luggage and stuff. I'm in the lobby. And all I hear from across the lobby is "Sweet Johnny D." I'm like, Dave Scott, where is he at? Yeah, exactly. So it's been fun though. Yeah. So I got my alien guy. Thank you, Keira. Thank you, Keira, for the awesome treats, the awesome tour, representing what it is that we're doing here this weekend. And I don't know how you feeling about I don't know. This is your first one. It's my phone. How
This
you
is
feeling?
my first time hanging out. Well, this isn't my first event. I've been to many for many years, but this is my first one with S.O.R. And from the second we got here to now, we're having a blast, and I can't wait to see what happens the rest of the weekend. Looking forward to the night sky watch, the walk we're gonna do.
I have to make a clarification on that as well. We will be doing the ghost hunt, but not the sky watch.
Well, I think we're gonna put together something fun and go do something.
I mean, out here, I would assume, right? If we're gonna be in the city and we're doing all this stuff, you go outside, the sky is right there, so nothing to stop you from looking up.
We'll do the same thing. We'll do both of them at the same place.
And Keira has once again an awesome scientist camera. I can't wait to use that because I'm anticipating to see something there. Mario has promised us that if the Arterian ship shows up, that we're going to facilitate all things through him on that. But yeah. So I don't know. Here we are. We've almost. I don't know if they're kicking us out of here or we have about 7 minutes left. And we would love to hear from Melinda Leslie before we go.
Woo! Melinda.
So with that being said, yeah, you can just talk to
Is everybody having a good time?
Oh, that's weak. Is everybody having a good time? Can we pump it up? Woo! That's right. Let's get the energy. Let's get our blood pumping in here.
You know I will.
Oh yeah, that's right. Turn on some music, right? That's all we need to do. That's it.
Melinda.
Yeah, that's okay.
Melinda. Actually, I'm gonna give props. I'm gonna give props to Melinda for picking out some amazing songs for the dancing last night.
That
That was fun. We got good times to be had.
Okay, Grant. That's what I'm talking about. Grant Tavius is keeping us lit too. I gotta give it up to Grant. 'Cause Grant is keeping us lit out here.
He wants Melinda to come up.
Yeah, unless you go. Talk about some stuff. Yeah, keep us going. Go.
Well, I can tell a quick story real fast.
Let's go.
Melinda comes up. So a couple years ago, I'm going to tell a story about Anne and I taking a trip to New Orleans. Decides to tell us to take this shortcut. So, so of course we jump off the 10, which I'm not exactly why in the moment, but it's like take this shortcut. So of course we do this. We end up actually going down this long road that's supposed to be 30 minutes. It took 4 hours. And in the meantime, I'm going to make this long 4-hour trip very quick. We end up seeing these crazy animals along the way. There's like thousands of deer standing along the road staring at us. We come across see-through creatures that we have no idea. It's all distorted and looks like something electric. So that was bizarre. But then we go up just a little ways, and there's like a raccoon standing in the actual road. Like it's got its arms up, like it's like challenging me. And I try to go around the thing, and it darts out and like literally like ran the thing over. I'm trying to avoid it. And of course, her and I are like, "Oh my God, we like just killed that thing!" And we drive up maybe like less than a mile, and there's a deer in the road. So I decide I'm not running over 2 animals. So I literally take a sharp left to get in the left lane, and we end up on 2 wheels in her car.
Wow. Oh, she's the one.
She's the one.
Okay.
And I kid you not, I missed the deer literally by like a centimeter. Anae's head's in my lap as I'm like, get off me. I take the car back down. Not even kidding you, we missed the deer. The deer was pissed we missed it because apparently it kicked the back of the car. We heard it go bam. And then I look in the back and it's still standing there staring at us like, you missed me. And so we ended up driving through Fredericksburg. If anybody knows where that is in Texas, I made the comment that this is the craziest, weirdest road we've ever been on, that it reminds me of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Yes. Come to find out, that's where it happened, and we did not know that.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So we've had some crazy experiences going down some rabbit holes of some trips, Anae and I.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've heard that story from you, but I didn't realize it was her.
Yep.
Okay. Which makes sense because you guys are like this. You guys are like two peas in a pod, right?
We are. Yep. That's my bestie. I take her everywhere.
That is cute. That's cute. Awesome stuff. So we're going to go ahead and get ready to bring in Melinda Leslie.
Woo!
Okay. So we're going to bring that in later. All right. So we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here, Jax, and then set the stage for Jessica Jones to come back on up.
I'll see you all on the dance floor.
Testing. Can you hear me? Which one? That one? Okay. Oh, there we go. All right. I'm here. Hey, okay, so now we're going to have Brian come up. Brian is with the Full Disclosure Now movement. And I'm actually going to be one of the speakers at his conference. Here, come over here, Brian. Go show her. Okay. And so I'm going to be speaking at Brian's conference, you guys. Coming up. Down in Florida.
On the main stage.
Yeah, and if you guys have been following my shows, you know that I went to Montauk, New York last year, and home of the Montauk Project, Camp Hero, and I was with Brian for that event. Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. Talk about your conference.
Absolutely. So, it's kind of ironic that most people watch the TV show Stranger Things. Billions of dollars are made on this show. Only a very tiny percentage of people actually know that it's based on a real life thing, popularly known as the Montauk Project. The military project name for that program apparently is Project Phoenix. And if anyone is familiar with the Philadelphia experiment, that happened in 1943 on the USS Eldridge off of the coast of Philadelphia. They literally took a Tesla generator, one on each end of this destroyer. They ripped a hole in time and space. At that point, the military said, wow, we can rip holes in time and space. Why don't we move this little project over to Brookhaven National Laboratories on Long Island? Okay. And part of this involved literally taking children and strapping them into something known as the Montauk trip chair. This apparently was chairs recovered from one of the UFO crash sites at Roswell, New Mexico area. Well, apparently, it wasn't just one crash site, there were multiple. But needless to say, just like the TV show, they were exploiting children in particular because children have a certain access to psychic abilities. They're more malleable to these evildoers who would program children to use the chair to open up holes in time and space to literally change our timeline. And off of this, we've got secret space programs, we've got contact with ETs. I mean, it's not just off the project, mind you. But therefore, we're doing this conference in July, shameless plug here, the 2024 Full Disclosure Now Conference in St. Pete, Florida, July 15th to 18th. And a lot of our presenters, we made it a point to kind of curate the event so that we can secret space program people, which unfortunately most of these programs are not friendly programs to humanity. They're meant to put us into a negative timeline. They're meant to enslave humanity because I'm sure a lot of people, Space Out Radio, I can go plenty, right?
We're pretty boo. Yeah.
So some of the ETs that humanity unfortunately has been in league with are not friendly. They are known as service to self. People who are familiar with the Eisenhower administration and the Greada Treaty, which was, my understanding, really signed behind his back. And one of the presenters, in addition to Jessica, the cryptid huntress, will be Laura Eisenhower, a great granddaughter of President Eisenhower. And many of you older keepers are going to remember him, because his outgoing speech from the presidency was beware the military-industrial complex. Of course, he left out the ET part, and he left out a lot of other parts. But that was a big. So, this is our first event doing this. We're going large because now is a time of disclosure. I'm sure in the community for a while now, familiar with the phenomenon of missing, or rather, are UFO whistleblowers getting taken out whack-a-mole style per Phil Schneider. And so now is the time to come back. I think the whack-a-mole days are over. I like to think that the people who are perpetrating these special access program, programs, I use that word mystically, that are abusing children, enslaving humanity. They need to come to light so that we can achieve collectively our Star Trek future. As long as humanity is arguing about whether the Earth is flat or ETs exist, much less intelligent ETs, we're not going to get very far, people. And the other component, not just disclosure of all the bad and the ugly, of course, we need to spiritually ascend, because who wants to give humanity UFOs when someone could go, to the street corner, get methed out, jump into their spacecraft, and then go sublight speed through New York City downtown? That's probably not a good scenario, right? So there is a bit of spiritual ascension here. And, it's I like to think of it as a lockstep process. The truth shall set us free. It's going to lead to spiritual ascension, if you will. And it'll also enable us to kind of round up the wrongdoers and then free up some of these technologies that I know we all want. So thank you for your time.
Oh no, thank you for being here. And yeah, it's amazing. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm super excited. We've got the Full Disclosure Now conference coming on. What are the dates? We've got July 15th through the 18th down in Florida. You guys come join us there. It's going to be awesome. And I just wanted to tell you. Okay, the link is in the chat, you guys, in the live chat for everybody who's watching live. The link is in the chat.
FullDisclosureMovement.org. And after the conference, that'll remain with the 501c3 foundation.
Oh,
Yep.
Oh, and Brian, before you go, I just want to tell you, I had a friend contact me this morning and said, you have to go to Pyramid Lake while you're out here. And you and I had done a show about Pyramid Lake not too long ago. And that's here. So I don't know. Maybe we can go.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about that a bit. A lot of people know about Pyramid Lake because of the water baby phenomenon.
And the mermaid.
And I have a very...
The mermaids. There's an angry mermaid there.
And the water elements. And they're all probably linked, of course. But I have a very good friend, April Manning Gardner. She said I can use her name. She grew up in this Lovelock Fallon area. And she, as a little girl, literally grew up seeing the water babies. She was one of the few people of the children of her, about 4 founding families of the Fallon area, according to April. She's one of the families. She, with a group of children, was able, of course, to see the water babies. And she recalls them calling to her from the reeds, from the kind of the trenches where the water reservoirs kind of run along for the alfalfa and stuff like that. And she also remembers having to walk directly in the middle of the walkways because she had to stay away from either side of the road. These drainage ditches had these water babies literally try to run out and grab her or pinch her.
Whoa. Wow.
Is that like where the alleged submarines are?
Okay. So we got
submarines. Dave asked about submarines in the lake, you guys.
Yeah. So Pyramid Lake apparently has an underwater or underground aquifer system that links it with Lake Tahoe. So, like, apparently, bodies that have been drowned, fishermen or the non-native people do not swim the Pyramid Lake. They know that.
No, my friend said they do not get in that lake at all. Nobody from there will get in that lake. It may not come out.
Doesn't matter how hot it is. I think that's wild. And it gets hot in high mountain desert areas of northern Nevada. And so there may very well be submarine bases because, as per Phil Schneider, there's underground tunnel networks, both regular tunnels and with water. And so I wouldn't be surprised. I know there is a station. They say it's apparently an area for naval signaling and intelligence, perhaps, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were water stuff because, hey, this is Space Radio. Apparently, the three-letter agency has a base at the bottom of Lake Geneva in Switzerland.
Ooh, yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, do we have any more questions from the Peanut Gallery? Yeah, Lake Tahoe is very far at all. We're in Reno, Tahoe. Lake Tahoe area is like 30, 40 minutes drive of here through the winding roads. Yes.
Man, thank you so much for being here, Brian. I'm so excited.
Honor. Thank you, Spaced Out Radio fan.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Okay, now we've got Dave Scott coming back to take the mic with Melinda Leslie. Thanks for having me, you guys. It's been really fun today, live on Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott and MisterRobGee.
Thank you, Jessica Jones. Before we bring Melinda up, we got to say hello to an old friend here of Spaced Out Radio, formerly a MUFON, and now working the Majestic 12. Little Tommy Whitmore, everybody.
Good afternoon. Is this on? Good afternoon, Dave Scott.
You know, Tom Whitmore is, how can I put this? He's like a father figure to me in this field. And Tom and I, we talk frequently just about everything from the drama that's going on in the field, because we have the same stalker. And
yeah, he lives on $20 a month.
Yeah. Yeah. And oh my goodness. And you know, a lot about UFOs and what is happening, not only with current events, but things that have happened in the past, like MJ12. And Tom, you have been a real stalwart over the last couple of years of trying to investigate and bring the truth out about MJ12. And a lot of people are still a little bit unsure, but MJ12 is actually starting to pop up a lot in the new ufology about what really happened. And this is where you're kind of the key figure in all.
Whether MJ12 existed or not, I can't ascertain, because if it did exist, if something like it still exists, it's so highly classified that you can't get to it. It's ironclad classified. Now, why would it exist? It would exist because one or more craft had been recovered with occupants, which freaked the elites out, and they had to do something to study it and get some control over the situation. At the same time that there were massive numbers of UFO sightings occurring in the late 40s and early 50s. So if Roswell happened or something like it, England or whatever, then it was incumbent on the very best, the very smartest people to really put a pencil to it, really try to figure out as much as they could. Now, my specialty is the history of the MJ12 affair. And what that means, I'm trying to do a work of history. I'm not a trained historian. I'm a private researcher and investigator, but there was a sequence of events starting in around 1979, 1980, in which certain counterintelligence activities were conducted, mainly on Kirtland Air Force Base, and we get into the Benowitz affair with all that. But a certain researcher by the name of Bill Moore had developed a lot of contacts, many of which are now known as the Aviary. And at one point in time, I think it was 1984, he and his research partner received what we now know as the MJ12 documents. That was the Eisenhower briefing document, the Truman Forrestal memo, and then the Cutler Twining memo that was recovered from the National Archives. Now, here's the problem. The information in the Eisenhower briefing document is extremely interesting. It says that a saucer was recovered, a body was recovered, an elite group of 12 military, political, and science people were assembled together to study the problem. Here's the deal. The document's phony. Okay? Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't some correct information in there, okay? Because it's obviously, at the time that it was received by Bill Moore and Jamie Chandray in 1984, they would have gotten in trouble if they had received a truly classified document and didn't report it. And at the time that they received it, they didn't know as much about how the government works as we do today. Because people that work for the government in classified programs, they sign on the dotted line and they swear not to release any classified information without clearance and approval from the authorities. So if you get a document that says top secret, if you know what you're doing, you go to the authorities and report it. Well, some people did that. The FBI investigated it and so on and so forth. And other very intelligent UFO researchers went over the original MJ12 documents with a fine-tooth comb, and they found that they were phony. So Bill Moore and company didn't break any laws by receiving it and by making them public, because they weren't truly authentic government documents. But that leaves us with the question, who created the MJ12 documents and why? Those are the two questions that I'm trying to answer. Now, I think I've made some progress, and I don't want to give away all my secrets right now, because eventually I'm going to publish a book, and I don't want people to steal my ideas. But here's the basic plot. Certain people in a government agency decided to create this original set of documents. Now, there were other documents as well. There was a document known as the Carter briefing document, or the Aquarius briefing document, in which MJ12 was mentioned, and it said that it implied that Jesus Christ was an alien, supposedly a briefing for Carter. That document has problems. There was another document called the Aquarius Telex, which mentions MJ12. What the Aquarius Telex really was the report back from the Defense Intelligence Agency on certain photographs and films that Paul Benowitz had submitted to the authorities. And they came back. I'm sorry if I'm putting you to sleep. Okay. All right. And the authorities came back and reported on these photographs with a report. But in there it said certain information about concerning UFOs is limited to MJ12. So there were other documents. Now there was some kind of a counterintelligence program going on at the same time, and this makes things very interesting. Now I can't lose in this because I'm fascinated by espionage, counterespionage, intelligence, counterintelligence, psychological warfare, deception. So even if the documents are phony, if they did come from the government, then I win. I'm learning something. But if they point to a UFO reality, we also win, don't we? Because I'm a UFO believer and we're UFO believers.
You know what? One little rumor I'm hearing a lot of, Tom, and it kind of ties into the MJ12 a little bit. And when you brought up Carter and everything, when we look at presidents of the United States, this is always a big hot topic. What do the presidents know? But in a few people, I'm not going to say a lot, like I'm talking 2 or 3 people that I have talked to behind the scenes about this, there seems to be a really big push recently about exposing a little bit more about the Eisenhower incident back in 1954 and whether or not he actually did meet up with extraterrestrials and cut a deal for technology or whatever that may be. Have you heard anything to do with that? Brian brought it up before, Eisenhower a little bit, but I've actually heard a couple of people on phone conversations talking and say, look, this is one of the deepest secrets of the United States government, and we really don't want this getting out. Have you heard that?
Well, if it's true, it's certainly a deep secret. It's a deep, dark secret. But I don't know anything more about it other than the rumor level. And I've heard these rumors, since the 1990s when I became active in the UFO field. That was 40 years ago. And I don't think we know any more today than we did then, because if it's real, it's so deeply classified and so deeply buried that we can't get to it.
Tom, we are running out of time, and I hate to cut you short here, but you are one of my biggest supporters on Spaced Out Radio, behind the scenes and everything that we do. You know that we're more than just excrement that certain people like to, or filth or whatever they want to call it. But I just want to say, on behalf of all of us, you are somebody who I absolutely admire. You're one of my heroes in this field. You're a father figure to me in this field, and I absolutely love you. And thank you for being an important part of my life and S.O.R's life.
Well, thank you, Dave. And
yeah, Mario, you got a question?
Tom, my first question is, how do you know the MJ12 documents are not real? 1. And 2, don't you think if they were real and then they try to say they're not real by covering it up, has that scenario over in your mind?
Yeah, well, a lot of people have gone over the Eisenhower briefing document with a fine-tooth comb, and there are so many things wrong with it that I'm not going to go into now, that it's very difficult to make a case that it's genuine. Okay. Now, Stanton Friedman did a lot of research at a number of archives and libraries, and he found out a lot of interesting information, but no smoking gun. And yet he insisted that the original MJ12 documents were authentic, but I don't believe they are. Now, what was being accomplished by doing that? Let's say a government agency introduces these documents into the UFO community, and they're basically phony. Well, what that does is it might convey some useful information into the public while at the same time providing plausible deniability. Okay, you can't believe what's in there. Those documents are phony. Okay? That's how I look at it. And Dave, I want to say you've been a friend of me. I you as much as you love me. And I just want to thank you for having me and letting me speak today.
Always,
Thank you.
always. There are very few people that I actually will shut down the show and give airtime to. Tom Whitmore is one of them. We have one more presentation to go before we're going to wrap things up and start partying here in Reno. Oh, yes. I want to just say a quick thank you to all of our super chatters tonight. Chris Holm, Kitty Beta times 2, Mike Bothwell, Deborah Rooney with a hat trick. La 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 la. Right. Big Dog, Dutch Hank, the girl and her dog. Welcome to S.O.R chat. Thank you. And Sasquatch guy, Deb again. Joanne, Bigfoot Rob, la 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 la. Right again. Ange from Australia, Aussie Ange, who was here with us last year in Las Vegas. W. Decker, thank you for the love, guys. We very much appreciate everything that you guys do. We do this for you guys. And trust me, and I'm sure everybody here will say this in our chat rooms and everything. You want to come to this event next year. It is so, yeah. And we do it for you guys. We do it for all of you. So we're going to bring in Melinda Leslie, and then we have, I guess, Merle wants to say a word. Merle and Brad wants to. All right. Merle it up one more time. Merle. All right. Sweet Robbie G and Melinda, come on up. We're gonna turn it over to Sweet Robbie G here. He's gonna wrap up with Melinda for about the next 10 minutes here or so. And we'll see you all in just a few minutes. Hold on here. Here you go, Robbie.
Yes, sir. All right. It's been an awesome show. It's definitely been an awesome show. And yes. And we have our final.
Some technical gear.
Okay.
Like spin this around.
So they can see. Okay. Got you.
Are you able to bring the images up?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So we have some images and things that Melinda Leslie has submitted to me here, and I'm going to share them.
All right, we on? Yeah.
We are on, and I want to give a backstory for
Yeah. And I'd like to bring up the one that's a minute 53 in length first, if possible. Able to bring up the length of them. Okay, then just bring up the first one, and they won't be in the order they want it to be. That's okay. All right. Well, hi everyone. There's a couple people that. Anyway, I'll just get to it. I was going to give an update. It'd be a very, very, very long thing for me to give the update on what we've been happen lately in Sedona, Arizona, with craft coming and going from a deep underground military base. And I have a major, I can break this, I can't say who, but I can say this much. We have a major news network starting an investigation into it. And we'll see what they end up doing, starting the investigation. If they go forward with it completely, it could be multiple programs showing up on a major news network, kind of a series. But it's very exciting. I need to share.
Yes, and I can see the timestamps in this, so you'll have that. Yeah. So
Okay.
the first video.
Is one of them 153 in length?
The first one. Okay. You want to go down? Let me see.
So they didn't load up quickly, so they weren't loading up in order.
121.
But if we don't have it, okay, we may not have it. I think we have some duplicates too. Okay. That's all right. I'll show what I can. So we have a deep underground military base in Sedona. There's a lot of evidence for it. I would sit here and lecture nonstop for 5 hours if I just began to touch the evidence for it. It was covered on the History Channel's Beyond Skinwalker TV show, where they did 2 whole segments about Bradshaw Ranch in Sedona. That's our version of Skinwalker. And they did ground penetrating radar with a 50-foot wide tunnel running tens of thousands of feet. And the owner of the ground penetrating radar company overlaid the image on Google Earth and showed that if you continued the 50-foot wide tunnel, it went back into Sycamore Canyon, which is where we're seeing craft come and go, and it went to the cement processing plant, long known in researches with witnesses coming forward about that being one of the entrances to the base. And so they said, yeah, you've got a clearly deep underground 50-foot wide tunnel, which is enough room for two semis to pass each other. Yeah. Going under there. Now, in our recent research, we know of two accounts of two cops at a time being sent to look into this mysterious manhole cover and an entrance in a field outside of Clarkdale, which is, I'm in Sedona, Arizona. Clarkdale is on your way up to the town of Jerome, pass through Clarkdale, Cottonwood, and the cement processing plant is in Clarkdale as you're heading up to Jerome for anyone that's been in the area. And two sets of cops years apart went to look into this mysterious manhole cover in the field and went down it and found a metal staircase. And they ended up going down into a hub that they said was like a bunch of 30-foot wide tunnels going off in all directions, like they were in the hub of the tunnel complex. And this happened twice, years apart. And my understanding is this major news network is going to be doing hopefully ground penetrating radar, not only to double and reproduce what they did on the History Channel, because they can't use their stuff, so they got to redo it and go out to ground and get the 50-foot wide tunnel. But also, the goal is to go where the cops went in this area and ground penetrating radar and find that hub of tunnels. And that's right below where the cops had that happen was probably within 2 miles of the cement processing plant. And anyway, so I do my UFO site tours where I take people out with military night vision goggles. And we have been starting in basically the beginning of October, seeing things coming up from the base area, which is Sycamore Canyon, Secret Canyon, and Government Canyon. No joke. Those are two of the actual names. Government Canyon, Secret Canyon. You call it hiding in plain sight, Rob.
Yeah.
And so we have had stuff coming out of that area. It's shifted its time of when it happened. It's very hard to keep my points out this late because it's now peaking between midnight and 1 a.m. But having stuff, what's very interesting about it peaking between midnight and 1 a.m. is it rules out satellites at that time. Satellites were no lighting. The only reason you see them is they're reflecting the sunlight and they require an angle of sunlight to hit them. And there's no angle of sunlight possibility at that time. If you are by the equator, there is. I've done the research because I had to literally know, is there any prosaic explanation for what we're seeing at all? I've done extensive research to figure that out. And I found out you can see satellites between midnight and 1 a.m. if you're at the equator. Well, we're in northern Arizona. That's north of the equator, obviously. So, and if I wish Science Bob and Jim Goodall were both here because they back me up on that statement completely because I talked to both of them about it and they're very clear. Be the first to be very clear. You not to see satellites at that, and and being that's Bob's background is a satellite expert. I figure he's a go-to person. But I've even recently on my tour had some very highly qualified individuals who have intelligence backgrounds and high-level military and aerospace backgrounds and satellite engineering backgrounds and everything be on my tour and go, okay, yeah, you're not going to see satellites now. So what we are seeing are objects coming up, creating what we've learned. I've taken out physicists and plasma physicists on my tour. And what I've learned, they create electric, they're jettising the air around them. And that can be produced two ways. One is it's bleeding so much energy, it's ionizing the air around it. And then so creates the ionization, or what in ufology is well known as amber light, meaning anything, right, Tom? You know about that. Amber light, gold, orange, or red. And so, and then plasma physicists have told me with enough power, you can get the blues and the greens. Well, we're predominantly right now, just for the sake of simplicity and time right now, we're seeing the large amber lights come up from behind the hill. And they're usually either orange or red. Sometimes they come up orange, get brighter, and go to red. And again, we're seeing the majority of this, but right now between midnight and 1 a.m. And if people stay out with me late enough, and I've been fortunate to have a few people come out with me and film, including most recently a friend of mine. They have a whole panel that holds your cell phone up to the night vision, and so you can film through the night vision, and it works pretty good. In fact, we've tried a variety of things. This seems to be the best. But anyway, so I'm going to show you guys a couple of things. The footage does not do it justice. First off, we're filming through the night vision, so everything's just green. It looked like green, white, black with just shades of green. So you cannot see the amber that you see with your naked eye. But all these objects I'm about to show you do what we call giant power-ups, and we're filming them coming into the base. Oh, and by the way, I didn't say this part. Not only because of location do we know this is associated with the base, but here's the real clincher. The area is swarmed by military helicopters over the hill. And you guys, when you look at Google Earth, these hills, there's nothing there where the hills are and beyond them. There's Sycamore Canyon. In the very entrance of Sycamore Canyon is a scattering of some ranches, but then it ends up being nothing. And there's a few ATV trails, like 2 tire tracks, that's it. And then it gives way 7 miles length this and 3 miles wide. So 7 miles long, 3 miles wide of absolutely nothing. And I've looked on Google Earth extensively. The next closest town straight out from there is Bowman on the 40 freeway. That's 23 miles. And outside of Bowman is a scattering of ranches, but even all those end 15 miles. So basically you have 7 miles by 15 miles of nothing but wild, mountainous, rugged terrain. There's no buildings, there's no roads, there's nothing. And what we have is, in other words, there's no reason. Some nights we have between 20 and 25 military helicopters swarming those hills where there's nothing. And out of Sycamore Canyon, nothing, and Secret Canyon. There's nothing out there. You can look on Google Earth. I challenge everyone to do it. There's absolutely nothing there. There's in the entrance of Sycamore Canyon is scattering ranches, but then after that, nothing. And you go, there's no reason for the military at midnight, 1 a.m. to be swarming 20 helicopters over the area. And we're seeing this every night repeatedly, almost every night. It's crazy. So, like I said, we started to film some of it. The footage doesn't do it justice, but I'm going to show you some examples while we have some time. I just want to give, Rob, I've been on with you on the show talking about this. We can talk about it again. I can go more in depth. Yeah. And that's why I have a major network looking into it, and it's not about the sighting. I mean, we're talking about that right now. This is a UFO program, and we're doing that. Mm-hmm. It's about the fact that there's this deep underground military base that's quite large. One of my team members a couple of weeks ago, I have this core group of 5 of us researching in the Sedona area. Veteran researcher Tom Dongo is one of them. Documentary filmmaker Ron James is another. Myself and 2 other individuals. I'll leave their names out of it right now. They want me to right now. But anyways, we're investigating quite in depth, and we're working with this major news network on this investigation. And we were all people independently doing it. With, of course, the OG, the real grandfather of the research, Tom Dongo, who's been doing it for like 40 years. But we've combined our research into the base, And that's the story. But what I started to say too is one of the team members a couple of weeks ago, we had been talking on and off, like texting back and forth, and he suddenly sent me a text one day, one afternoon. I hadn't talked to him yet that day. And he said, Melinda, he goes, the more I think about all the witnesses and the people stopped by, the guards and the underground entrance locations and all the data that they got on the History Channel and everything else, the physical evidence, he's saying, I think we're onto a story that's actually bigger than Area 51.
Huge.
And the news network agreed when I ran that by them. And they said, yeah, we think this is potentially a very, very big story because it's a very big installation. And this, I'll share something else. The news network back to the team. Two things. One is they ran it by the connections in DC, Washington, DC, and the intelligence community. They came back to us and said, we're hearing that, yes, there is an underground base there. Our DC connections and our intelligence community connections confirm it. Secondly, this is the other thing that really blew us away. They said they're hearing moving craft from other locations to there.
Oh.
And that blew our mind because we didn't consider that possibility that they're moving stuff. They're moving stuff there. Why? Because ours is unknown and so obscure. So they're moving stuff maybe from 51 and S.O.R, Redway Proving Ground, Utah, and White Sands, New Mexico, and Wright Pat,
Question right here.
and Eglin. And yes, sir.
Did this facility appear on any of Phil Schneider's maps? Just wondering.
No, I don't think so. I would have to look at his maps to see if maybe it was on there. It might have been. I'd have to look. Somewhere I've got some old copies of that stuff at home, but I'd have to look.
And my other question would be, if it's like already a military facility, the helicopters that we see swarming when you have the UFO sightings, is it there like in there as support? Is it like a surprise?
Oh, good question. One, I have highly qualified individuals who are with me. They point out all sorts of patterns to me. So these are guys with military backgrounds, intelligence backgrounds, and they point out the patterns. They say, number one, they're securing airspace, making sure no one uninvited to the party is there. Number two, they say they think it looks like a training exercise. Now, if they're moving stuff there, but we're seeing so much, I wish McGuire was in here. I said to him on the phone one day, he said, how many have you seen in an hour's time coming and going out the base? I said, on a slow night, 50 and usually about 100. And he said, Melinda, we talked about whether it's reverse engineered technology. If we have more than 30, that's an armada and they're planning on something. So if we have that much reverse engineered stuff, he said that to me on the phone. Yeah. If he was here, he backed that up. He said, he was here earlier, unfortunately, he's not in the room right now. But he said, Melinda, no, that'd be an armada. And we are seeing, so is it ETs coming and going? And we're securing airspace because we have some training exercise. Maybe they're teaching us how to fly stuff. Anything's possible. Okay, so is it ETs flown, built by ETs coming and going? Yeah, maybe. Is it ET craft in our possession? Yeah, maybe. Is it reverse engineered technology based upon ET technology? But you guys, we're seeing a hell of a lot of stuff. They generate these giant amber fields, and then they wink out and disappear all at once, or they shoot off. And we're seeing this repeatedly while military helicopters are swarming the area. And so it's a big story. We'll see where it goes. But here we go. Here's just some examples. Again, I want to express to everyone, the footage doesn't do it justice. I'm going to bring up, he's going to bring up for people online watching the live broadcast. I'm going to bring them up on here. If this will open up, I had it up, but of course my computer defaulted. Okay, here we go. So which one? What's the timestamp on the first one? 56. Okay. Okay. How am I going to do this? It's going to be tricky. Okay, you guys, I'm showing it on here. Anyone here in the room that wants to come look. So this first one, I'll describe it first here. This first one, we're seeing the lights come up from the hill, from behind in the distance, and you see something already powered up. So the very first object on here is one of the giant amber lights. It had come up from behind the hill. Did you restart it?
Yeah, I saw
Here,
that. That's
and I'll
crazy.
describe it. So,
Because there were two, and the one just
if somebody
disappeared.
wants to rework this, then are you guys
Start.
watching it on there? Good idea, you guys.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's
good
start from the
idea. You're
top.
watching on the. Okay, so this first one, you can play that one more time, and I'll just describe it looking at yours. That'll be easiest. Okay. All right. So now anything in the scene with a triple blink pattern is a military helicopter. So what we're seeing so far is we're seeing the giant amber lights. Now one of them, play that again. We started. One of them actually pops up from behind the hill and goes back down. Well, you guys are popping up and going back down. That's called making a turn. That's significant. Why is that significant? Satellites can't do that. Not only is this a time at night when you don't get satellites, you tell someone you can see it on camera making the turn. So it pops up and eventually goes back down. And the top of the hill that we're looking at right now is about 5 miles away from where we're standing.
So that went up and then like down.
And so these are really large plasma fields around these objects.
Because there were
And
two, and the one
everything
just disappeared.
moving is, you'll see there's many things. Your eyes adjust and you start to go, wait a second, there's 3, 4, 5. You can see there's one way to the left powering up on the camera, and then there's one next to it.
And I don't know if it is, but are those visible with the naked eye?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
when they're right, they are. That's good. That's good. About a third of what we see each night, you can see somewhat with your naked eye. Look at that giant power up. Yeah, that was a huge power up. And that's 3 in a triangle formation. So one powered up and another and the next one. And look at this one just popped up behind the hill. He just popped up, powered up.
Undeniable. Yeah.
Okay, so we can go to the next video. You can go to another one.
I think so. 'Cause
And what timestamp is this one?
This is 121.
Okay, 121. So this is giant power ups. There's a triple, so there'll be 3. Oh, you can see right there, triangle formation. You guys seen that? There was a triangle formation, 3 things in triangle formation powered up. Now again, anything standing still is a star, and anything with a triple blink is military helicopter. I think that's that's a military helicopter up there. And over to the right, see there's military just came in from the right. And now here's another guy powered up behind the hill. And you guys were zoomed in. I filmed this right now is zoomed in a little bit, but the whole area had many military helicopters. And then you saw those power up, virtually turned away. But right there, you can see there's 2 helicopters. That's why he suddenly scanned to the right, because you look on the left, there's a helicopter. So in that view, he just scanned a little to the right and the left. There's 3 helicopters right there amongst these big amber lights. There's a military helicopter blinking. And these objects are coming up. Are you guys seeing right there? You guys see them? Yeah. Okay. You can go. Yeah. They're powering up, coming up, and then they're disappearing right away with a SIA military helicopter right around them. Okay. There's a military helicopter on the right, and there's a guy powering up. S3. That's now the second one's powering up.
Yeah, that's
we call them power up because we don't know that that's what they're doing. They'll just get big and bright, generating these big orange or red fields, and then they'll disappear. Or they'll start to dimmer, and but then they disappear. So we call the power up because it's like they're powering up to go.
Wow.
Okay, now you can show the next one. You got another one?
Let's see.
Yeah, there is power up. Okay. Oh, yeah, we need the 121 again. Yeah, the 121 is the same one again. So we know. Okay, there's 2. Is this a different one? 56. Yeah. So here we have 3 different objects. And again, this is a different recording. We're trying not to duplicate them. But there's a guy powered up. There's another guy popping up behind the hill, powered up. And a lot of times they're coming up 2 and 3 at a time as these bubbles and triangle formations coming up. And with a military, again, between midnight and 1 a.m. My clients are like, why do they keep moving it back later? Because return clients, we're having it peak earlier in the evening and then kept getting later and later. And I said, I think it's because they're doing it when no one's looking. But,
it's pretty concerning, man. Pretty concerning.
And now I have another video. I don't think it downloaded. Is the 148 on there? The one with the 148 timestamp?
Let's see here.
No, there's no satellites then, and these are producing giant amber fields. And they're coming up, but they're craft plasma in them. When I pick out plasma physicists, they say something. Oh, and I started to talk about Bob McGuire also saying, besides not having an armada, it's all reverse engineered, but he's saying the other thing that can produce the amber around a craft, he said, yes, bleeding a lot of energy, which is what the plasma physicists told me. If it's bleeding a huge amount, it will ionize the air, and you're seeing the glowing ionization of the air. But McGuire said the other thing that will produce ionization around it is a huge magnetic field, a gravitational field. So if they're producing a big gravitational field around a magnetic field, he said the byproduct of that, it would ionize the air, and then you get the plasma, the same thing. So whether it's a big gravitational field or whether it's just bleeding so much energy, regardless, we're getting ionization. And to the naked eye, all those big bright ones were either orange or red. And then one of these pieces of footage, now here again, the footage doesn't do it justice. My client said, actually twice in one night, my client said, Melinda, right before it got its absolute brightest with the naked eye, they said, that's a triangle. My clients were going, it's a triangle, it's a triangle. So twice, two of these things that we have filmed, my clients said right before they got their absolute brightest that they were definitely triangle craft. And a month ago, while this was going on, we had, for the 7th time on my tour, a military jet come in and follow an object right over us, a great big for light. When it was over us, the object was moving slow. The jet had come in fast. We figured they were both, having seen military jets and helicopters over us a lot. We figured, and my clients did too, that we're looking at something 8,000, maybe 10,000 feet above us, but less than half the height that the military are usually over the area. And the jet was really loud, and it came in behind this object moving slowly. And the object was a bit light. The jet came in, all its acquisition lights on, very loud. You could hear it. It pulled up right behind the object. And as they came over us, when it was directly over us, it was a triangle. So we had a military jet follow and or chase one. And that's the 7th time on my tours we've seen that happen. So, and then another night when we were seeing this, a couple of my team members were out at Bradshaw. We're about 5 miles away as the crow flies directly from Bradshaw, where we're standing. They were out there. I didn't know it. I ran into them in the supermarket 2 days later. They said, Melinda, were you out filming or were you out doing this 2 nights ago? I said, yeah. I said, we had big amber lights go right over Bradshaw. And they said, Melinda, we were there. I go, what do you mean? I said, well, one of them, I said to my clients, if we were out at Bradshaw, we'd be looking at a structured craft because it'd be right over us. They said, Melinda, we were there. And yes, one of them was so low and a giant amber light had come over them. They were all a little bit too high to see structure, but one of them came over Casner Mountain, came right to him. And they said, Melinda, it was a big triangle. So it makes me wonder if these are triangles, being that a couple of these did look like triangles. This is near Enchantment Resort, for those who are familiar with the area. I've heard some accounts that guests at Enchantment Resort are claiming that they're seeing some triangles. My team members were out at Bradshaw one of the nights, and one of these that from 5 miles away was a giant amber light. They were there directly under it, and it was a triangle. But these hills here, where we're seeing most of these come up, you would have to do really, really difficult hiking in the middle of the night to get out there. Believe me, I want to get out under them. Now, if they move back, now they're coming up from where they're coming up now. They were coming up behind Casner, and if they go back to Casner, my team members and I are going to, some of them have Jeeps, long story short, anyways, and we've had people offer to drive. We're going to take Jeeps up on Casner because we can get up there. It's about an hour and a half from town to get up there, but we're going to get up there and get under them and, try to film them as triangles. of course, my team members who were happened to be out at Bradshaw that night when it was a triangle, like first thing out of my mouth was, "Please tell me you guys filmed it or they, filmed it or took pictures." And they said, "Unfortunately, we didn't have our camera with us." I'm like, "Oh man!" And yet we're getting these from a distance. Did we play all of them?
We did. Amazing footage, Melinda.
Well, you could see lots of doubles and triples. Everybody's seeing them right. And one of these videos, I'm not sure which one we played. One of these, they're coming up, but we also have things appearing in the sky, coming down. And so one of these videos I uploaded, you can see them coming in and going down behind the hills at the exact same time ones are coming up. So ones come up, pop over the hill, powered up, right as another one coming down powers up and goes behind the hill at the exact same time.
What can you say? It's exactly what you described this whole time. So amazing footage. You want another question? Okay.
Okay.
This is kind of more of an observation. If it's by a military base, it almost sounds like a training exercise. And there's an author named Peter Fuller who's written the Solar Warden series. And I believe in his books, he talks about the reverse engineered TR-3Bs being used as fighter craft. And sometimes they may link up in these triangle formations and then together power off. So this might be what you're witnessing. That's just
Well, these witnessing what were you saying? No, they were.
They get into formation.
What does?
The triangle craft.
Oh, the triangle craft.
What they do is they'll line up in a formation, and then by being in formation, they'll take off at a faster rate together.
Yeah, we keep seeing them come up in groups of 2s and 3s. That's very interesting. I'll talk to you more about that. Thank you. That's very interesting because I wasn't sure why the groups of 2s and 3s, but you maybe just explained it. And enough people are seeing triangles in the air that makes me think these are triangles, which is why I'm like, we got to figure out a way to get out under them, get better footage, and film structured craft. Structure meaning all the hard edges, of course, And but thank you guys. I'm glad at least we're filming it.
It is awesome. And can you come on maybe next week and give the full thing? We can show it properly, all the other videos as well.
Coming up. I just have to figure out what night I'm available.
Okay.
But I'd love to. Thanks, Rob.
Well, we're going to actually get out of here so we can go have some drinks and things like that. So then we're going to go ahead and set up some time. So Dave Scott, he's right behind me. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, he's right behind me. Dave Scott, any words? What are we doing? Thank you again, Melinda Leslie. Awesome footage.
Thank you.
You killed it.
Oh, Melinda is awesome.
Crushed it. Yeah, man. Love it. It's exactly what you described.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it's concerning like that, right? If they're just out there doing this, and the whole moving craft thing, right?
Yes.
Maybe they're moving the craft that they retrieved, the government retrieved to that location.
I don't know.
Maybe that's
one of the mysteries. Well, this wraps it up on our Spaced Out Radio fan party here in Reno, the live event. We wish all of our audience members were here with us. Jessica Jones, you did an incredible job this week.
Thank you, Dave. I've had a really good time. Thank you guys for having us over here, and thank you guys for coming, and for everybody for joining us. And I'm sorry if I missed the super chats. I know a lot of people left those while I was talking, including Chris Holm over here. So thank you guys today. It's been awesome.
And sweet Robbie G.
Awesome. Yes, sir.
You've been amazing.
Oh, man. Come on.
Round of applause for Rob setting everything up here.
Thank you.
And Grant Baker for giving out all the hugs that he possibly
can. Love it, Grant. Thank you, sir.
We have one more thing. Brad Bunt, you wanted to come up here. I don't know why, but Brad Bunt is a very big fan of the show.
Oh, and Merle. Okay.
Oh, is Merle coming up too? Yep. Merle it up one last time, everybody. Merle.
I'm just a supporting actor.
Oh, okay, great.
That was
sorry, Mama.
Dave, on behalf of your thousands of friends and all your listeners across the universe, we want to thank you for giving us hours and hours of entertainment and information.
Thank you.
And we want to present you, all your friends and friends here, want to present you a few gifts. And since Merle is Canadian, he's going to present this one.
Canadian one.
Oh my God. One of the Canadian coins. This is the Cowichan Valley nursing and at the hospital where she opened up the window and there was a UFO inside. So show that up. So
Printed by the Royal Canadian Mint.
Yeah, that is wow.
And this is the blue line with it. And then on behalf of your friends and all your friends, an Exeter wallet that was totally full last night until we played craps.
Ooh. Yeah, happy birthday. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, wait. Should we? Let's go. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dave Scott, David Scott. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. You know, to wrap this up here, when we after COVID came up with the idea of having a fan party, I never knew it would be as special as what it. See, we've had a lot of retweets, we've had people coming in for the first time, and it's just wow. You know, I mean, I look at Mama Catherine and Charlie; they've been here, traveling from Atlanta. We love them. Chris Holm, you've been a great supporter of what we do. Mario, you've been a great supporter. Brad Bunt, Tim Mothman and his goatee. The W. Decker, thank you very much. My birthday is on the 24th, so Grant Cameron will be my birthday present from me on the interview night. It's a Friday night, but there's one unsung hero here who deserves a real round of applause for everything that she does, finding us the event space and finding the venue and everything. And that is Keira. I am Keira. I am.
Yes.
Keira, without you and Mark, you guys are just so you make my life so easy and really behind the scenes, you are the heart and soul of what we do. And she's pretty. Yes, and she's pretty. So big shout out to you and Mark for everything that you guys do. We love you so much around here. And everybody who came, I hope you have a great time. So this isn't for our YouTube audience. Unfortunately, you're going to miss out. Tomorrow night, the Ghost Walk happens in Virginia City with Merle and the Paranormal Bats, the Belfry. At what time? 8 p.m. So dinner at the Wash Show Club. It is $10 per person, but well worth it. And we're in the lobby. Okay. Transportation may be an issue. So if you need to carpool there, hit up Brad, hit up Von Patrick, good Canadian kid. And pardon me? No, shush. That's just Merle trying to stir up shit before we leave here. But I want to say a big thank you. Marty Burback, thank you for coming. Oh, Marty Burback will drive too. Everybody to meet in the lobby at 5 p.m. tomorrow for the Ghost Adventure. And they might even do some sky watching at that point too. So thank you very much. And Brian, thank you for coming. Appreciate meeting you. If you haven't seen Brian's suit, rewind on this, and it is impressive. It is nicest suit I've ever seen. Really is. But thank you, everybody from Reno, Nevada. We're going to wrap up this portion of the 3rd annual SOR Fan Party. And next year, make sure you all plan to come here because we're all going to be back at probably a different location because we want to keep it traveling. And you know what? Much love to each and every one of you. And Rob, if you want to go to the area here, we go to the brand. We're going to shut this down right now with our with the outro. Good night, everybody. Take care. We'll see you live on Tuesday night.
Peace, y'all. See you soon.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
If you need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.